There should be some audio coming through for you. Oh my God. Hi. So we're still just doing a bit of a warm up here. So we'll get started at 6:30. It is the current time is now 6:06. So yeah, we'll come back to this in just a bit. But yeah, get seated. Go do your poops. Get your snack on. Hopefully my power doesn't go out. It just flickered just now. But we'll be back at 6:30. So we'll see you at 6:30. So this is just a 10-minute warning. If you don't have a paper and pen, grab one. Take a couple minutes now to go to use the washroom. Get ready. Grab your snack. Get your drink. If you're going to take them notes, get some stuff to write some stuff down. But we'll see you in just a couple minutes here. Actually, for those of you on our Twitch and our Facebook, you'll see some links placed into the chat there. Those are links to our Drift School Handbook. Some of the diagrams from tonight's talk will be, like, you'll find those in that handbook. And that handbook is pretty good. A good reference point if I'm not around, if that makes sense. So you can use that. But that's there for you. We'll talk about it a little bit more in a bit. Okay, well, I see you guys spilling in here, just coming rushing in the door. So I picture students screeching in through the doorway at the last moment, spilling the bag everywhere, their shoes squeaking across the floor. Good to see everybody here, by the way. We'll do a fade transition. We'll get fancy here. Ooh, yeah. It always feels weird when that happens. The fade, I want it on or off. I don't want the... Takes a second. Good to see you. Welcome. Hi. My name is Quinn. Welcome to the stream. That is people sending me messages in the background about like, hey, is Drift School happening? So it is. We're still going to wait a couple minutes here to get... started. There's always that straggler, so we'll get started. But earlier we were talking about a little bit about grabbing a pen and a paper. If you haven't grabbed your pen and a paper, do so. I do see a bunch of people both in our Facebook and in our Twitch chat. Good to see you. I can see both. I've figured out a new way to see both of your chats. However, if I don't reply, there is a bit of a delay what's happening with some of those chats, so don't panic. I will get to your question as best as I can when I can. And 600 people are going to try to message me right now, and I'm probably going to have to close the Facebook section here just so I don't get dings the whole time. Okay. Hopefully that's okay. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you. Welcome, Barry. We got Keegan in here. I see Lammy from Stefan from Toronto. I assume this is Subaru Stefan. Ding! Good to see you. We have random Japanese name. Good to see you as well. I cannot read Japanese. I won't pretend I can. I see a Kel Reed in here. We got Low 240. He's in here. Ryan's here as well. Good to see all of y'all in here. If you've done one of our drift schools before, some of this may be review, if that makes sense. This program is aimed at people who are looking to start for the first time. So if you've sat with me in a past drift school theory, then sit through it again. Compare, if that makes sense, your feelings then and your feelings now if you have some seat time. Some of the stuff that we talked about last time might have glossed over your brain, and some of the stuff might be more obvious this time. Either way, make sure to be taking some notes and things. Make sure you got a snack. If you guys get too tired, you feel like we're getting like a little bit deep into the program. Tonight we're going to be running for about 3 hours-ish. And I'll probably run longer than that because people always like to hang out and talk afterwards. But I've scheduled 3 hours. Maybe it's shorter. Maybe it only takes us 45 minutes to get through everything. I don't know. I put it on 3 hours. Sometimes it takes us longer. Sometimes it takes us shorter. But all in all, welcome to Drift School. Good day. My name is Quinn. Hi. Drift School is something that is put on by Speed Hero, myself, and Capital Drift. If you're not familiar with Capital Drift, you'll find us over on the west coast of Canada in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. We're one of the older drifting schools and clubs. I know we're the original drift school for British Columbia and probably the original drift school for all of Western Canada, but I don't have anything to back that up. So do not quote me on that. Just know that we've been around for a while. Oh, Bryce, welcome. Good to see you. I'll give everybody, again, a couple more minutes to kind of settle in here before we really get into the meat and potatoes. But if you are in our chat and you haven't said hello or hi, you don't have to, but I would encourage you to say hi and just say I might not know your username to your real name. So if you are using a special secret online username, you don't have to share who you are, but I'd love if you're like, hey, this is me, this is where I met you. That'd be nice to know. Yeah, those are things. But yeah, we'll get started just in a minute or two. Let some people still shuffle in here that are rushing home from work with their bagels in hand. Side note, McDonald's bagels are the best thing on the menu, and they're the only thing on the menu that actually is limited, that you can only get certain hours, and I think that's a crime, really. But yeah, tonight we're going to talk about some we're going to talk about drifting. If you're not familiar with drifting, then you have come to the right place. Small wheels, camber, champagne, 240. Hell yeah. We got Papa Reed. Papa Reed's in here, like this. Yeah, if you're not familiar with drifting, well, you've come to the right place. We're going to try our best. We're trying our best. Aiden Stewart's here. Welcome. Good to see you. Ta-da. So, but yeah, I'm excited to bring you some talk about drifting today. If you have questions about drifting, if you're like, man, I totally didn't get what he said, or I don't know if that makes sense to me, how do I do it better, or I tried that and it didn't work, always ask me questions. If you're in our chat, there is a bit of a chat delay to me today, so if for whatever reason you have any issues or problems, or if for whatever reason I don't get right back to your question right away, don't panic. I closed let's do this. I will throw into our chat right now, I'm going to throw in a link. This is something that you can download later and come back to, if that makes sense. So take a look at this link here, dig in. This is the Drift School Handbook. It's a handbook that I wrote for Drift School. It is from my some of my experience, and it coincides a lot with what we're talking about today. But if you're just here to find the meat and potatoes, if you're just like, Quinn, what's the brass tacks? Then you'll just basically find it in that book. You don't have to listen to me talk or ramble about drifting. With that note, though, I am so excited to share drifting with you, if that makes sense. So let's just get into this. I'm actually now becoming impatient with waiting for people to flow in. Are the cat ears cookies? No, they're just cat ears. I will. Here's a little secret. I'm going to bring you in close for this one. I'm looking after my roommate's dog. My roommate's dog sometimes needs to go out to pee, which is fine. And I wanted to let her out just before she went out, just before we started the stream. And she likes to bumble around in the yard, so I needed her to come back in so I could get the stream started. And there I am, standing on the back deck of my house in my underwear with cat ears on, yelling, Bella! And so I just figured these cat ears are for you, to let you know that I'm an e-girl and that I've brought the real stuff for you today. So let's get into this, if that makes sense. Let's get into our Drift School. This is the official start. Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for coming. We'll get into the meat and potatoes right now. This is the moment. Cool. So I'm just going to talk about myself for a second. I don't like talking about myself, and so I just want to get this over with. I used to not talk about myself before, like, the Drift Schools, and then at one point somebody stopped me a couple years later after having talked to me and be like, oh shit, I didn't realize you actually did all this stuff. I just sort of glossed over the information that you taught me because I wasn't sure how serious it was. So let's just get this out of the way. My name's Quinn. I live in Canada. I have been drifting since the year 2003. I have owned 72 cars in 4 different continents. I have been drifting for a really long time. I think somebody told me, they did the math, and that's about 18 years, I guess. Most of the cars I have drifted have been really, really low horsepower garbage cars. But that has taken me to England, to Australia, to Japan, throughout a bunch of places in Canada, teaching both drifting and performance driving. I was teaching even in expensive Porsches and Audis and stuff like that, and through the US. So I've sort of been through 5 countries now, and I've taught everything from 60 horsepower cars to 1,000 horsepower cars. So I have done a lot of drifting. I have made a lot of mistakes. And from all of that experience, I've sort of boiled it down to what I think is important. Tonight's discussion isn't perfect. I am doing this for free. If you have critiques, I want to hear them, but I also want them to be constructive. I can't afford non-constructive criticism because, again, I'm doing this for free. So if you're going to have some criticism, I'd love to hear it. Just make sure it's constructive. Cool. So that's me. Let's get that over with. Let's get into the rest of this. So I just want to start out, even what is drifting? Like what the hell is a drift, if that makes sense? Some people don't know what drifting is, so maybe we can get into even just the idea of what drifting isn't. I had some teaching points that I didn't quite prepared perfectly before we get on here. So I want to talk about what's called understeer and oversteer. Before we even get into the history of drifting, I want to talk about understeer and oversteer. Understeer is essentially the car is underperforming. So I turn the wheel. I'm like, hey man, I want to go over here. And the car just continues in a straight line. The reason it's called understeer is it underperformed to your instruction. So if I were to see understeer, well, I turn the front wheels and the car drives in basically a straight line. In this case, we'll find that the front wheels or the front tires lose traction. This is the opposite. This is the exact opposite of what a drift is. You're like, Quinn, why are we talking about this? Is because we need to know what the opposite is so that we know what drifting looks like. So that's understeer. Understeer is when you tell the car to turn and it underperforms to your expectation. So drifting is the control of what's called oversteer. It's when the back of the car starts to slide out. You tell the car to turn and it turns more than you wanted it to. It's excited. It's like, oh my God, I would love to turn for you. Let me turn a whole way too much. That's oversteer. And drifting is the control of this oversteer. Controlling this oversteer and choosing where the car goes and how long it stays in oversteer and how much angle it has is the art of drifting. I think I even have an oversteer video. Do I have an oversteer video? Look at this. We got an oversteer video. This is, look at that. That's oversteer. The car turned more than we told it to turn. So that's it. That's all drifting really is the control of oversteer. A super exciting point. I'm already excited. You can see I'm like vibing because I get to talk about drifting to you guys. So I just want to talk about understeer just for a quick second again. Take a look at how violent this driver is with the front wheels. One point that's going to come up a little bit later is something, and this is where you should make a note. Gentle to the steering, rude to the gas. This driver here is very rude to the steering and it causes the front wheels to lose traction. So we'll come back to that, but drifting is the control of oversteer. So let's get into the history of drifting then. Whew. Dude, I'm so excited. Thank you guys for being here, by the way. Some of you may be participating in our on-track driving. That's what this course is about or for, is our on-track people. But anybody who's not part of our on-track people, you are so encouraged to be here and you're so encouraged to make questions. Don't ask questions, make questions. So you gotta, yeah, oh my God, I'm dying. But let's get into the history of drifting because everybody thinks that it started with Keiichi Tsuchiya and that's really not the case. A quick history of drifting by Quinn. So oversteer, like cars sliding around, have been around since the dawn of cars. This is some footage this footage took me a really long time to dig up. But you'll see a couple of cars controlling oversteer here and even transitioning between, whether it's a lack of control or on purpose, they do have the transition from one oversteer moment to another. And so oversteer has been around since the dawn of the automobile, as has understeer. And the art of drifting is really just the control of this oversteer. There's a lot of history here that gets sort of like ignored, if that makes sense. And so don't ignore the history of drifting. Pikes Peak being one of the oldest motorsports. Actually, I think it's the oldest motorsport event. It's the oldest motoring event. And it's still happening to this day. And for the longest time, the control of oversteer, the management of oversteer was the best way, the fastest way to get around a corner. Because of the tire technology and the car design and the road surface traction, just sliding the car a little bit was always the fastest way. Knives, you are correct. Yeah, turn right to go left. Yeah. And here's a perfect example of this. This is accidental twin drifting. So this is early days of dirt oval racing. These are Miller cycle Offenhauser cars. where they're like midget race cars, but the idea of them sliding together. Yeah. Rip their handbrake and yeehaw, howdy Quinn. Yeah, Faded. The handbrake talk is dangerous talk. You will notice this is a Juan Fangio. This is Fangio. Considered the greatest Formula One driver of all time. Not my consideration, but of many of the Formula One drivers that are active and prior, they consider him the greatest. And yeah, you'll see lots of oversteer here, but you'll notice a lot of these cars don't have a handbrake. But drifting is an art. It's always been an art form. It's been this sort of half moment between control and chaos. It exists somewhere in between this slide. Bobby Unser back up on Pikes Peak again. As you can see, oversteer, we started in 1908. We're now into the 1960s. And the management of oversteer has always been the same. Countersteer. Look, check out the countersteer. Watch the steering here. The front wheels always point where he wants the car to go to. So this is a really good video to watch that countersteering, and using the, like, balancing the throttle is something we'll talk about tonight. Has always been a part of it. So it's not something new. Von Gittin did not invent drifting. Okay, we got to pause this. Those of you who are building shrines at home to your drift gods, please add this to your repertoire. This is Kunichi Takahashi. This is the guy who inspired Keiichi Tsuchiya. So if you're wondering, where did Tsuchiya get his interest and love? This was his hero. Now, you'll see a lot of these older race cars sliding around the corners. They're sliding at very slight, what they call slip angles, where the car is just very slightly drifting. Slip angle is still the fastest way. You'll see some countersteer happen right there, where he's turning right to go left. And that's when the back of the car steps out, and he countersteers a little bit. So this is the guy who inspired the Drift King, Keiichi Tsuchiya. So if you ever wanted to add to your shrine, this is the guy. And if you have heard the words Hakosuka or Hakosuka, well, this is the guy that popularized it all. So let's get in a little bit more into our stuff here. So a lot of the popular style of Japanese driving actually doesn't originate in Japan. A lot of it is imitating older vintage rally cars. Rally cars for the longest time were not four-wheel drive, they were rear-wheel drive. They found that rear-driven cars were the most fun and rewarding to drive, and so the car on your screen is an Alpine A110. Yeah, it's the Scandinavian Flick. Now we know our history. I like this. The idea of drifting the car one direction before going the other direction is to cause the car to flick into the drift like that. And so a lot of drifting and street drifting originates from the desire to do European style rallying. Now, if we're talking about the Scandinavian Flick, well, here is somewhat in reference. Your God, the AEA6, and I'm a Corolla guy. I've owned a lot of Corollas. The Corolla is king in my eyes. This is the father of the AEA6. This is your Mark II Ford Escort. The AEA6 is a direct mechanical clone of this car. Toyota was not original in their idea. They just copied this car directly. They were like, oh my God, this thing is so good. The Mark II Escort dominated rallying in the two-wheel drive era. And so Toyota just built a clone of it and called it an AEA6. So weirdly enough, the Levin is more of a true Corolla than the Sprinter. Treno. Nerdy garbage. Also, I'm talking really loud. Sorry about that. I'm excited.
その腕前はマシンやタイヤの性能をはるか凌駕していたのだった。この男こそ真のドリフトの王様だと観客席にいた一人の青年は思っていた。俺もあんなかっこいいレーサーになりたいと願う青年の名は。
Oh wow. Stream chat just exploded. So Keiichi Tsuchiya drifting the AA6. So if you're curious about modern drifting, this is the origin point. The one thing that Keiichi Tsuchiya did was take drifting and make it a separate thing. If we were to give him any sort of like recognition, it was taking the idea of sliding a car around during a race and just making it not about racing and making it about enjoying or having fun. This particular video that you're watching now is the origin point. Zatoge was a video that was released by a tuning company in Japan called Plus B. They sponsored Keiichi Tsuchiya, and they sort of built his car and said, hey, can you go do some cool stuff with your car? And he's like, yeah, no problem. And this video was the seed for all of the modern drifting that we know. This particular video, this exact one. You can go find longer copies of it, but there's Zatoge, and I think Zatoge 2. There was 2 of them run by Plus B. That spawned a whole new culture. There was drifting competitions. Like, it went from being a fun thing just to kind of screw around and slide your car to who can screw around and slide their car better than other people. And that's sort of the origin of drifting competitions in general. Is we can see this is early 1992. Everybody's kind of got like slightly lowered cars on either 16-inch wheels or smaller. And there's a couple front-wheel drive cars in there. You'll see that when drifting first was new, most people were trying a whole bunch of chassis. They didn't know what cars worked and what cars didn't. This is about the point, 1995, 1996, that the world noticed Japanese drifting. There are a few OGs in North America that saw this. Yeah, and that's Mr. Clarkson. He noticed as well.
Drifting has now become so popular that the sport has legitimized itself with organized events at racetracks. Speed is unimportant, but style is everything. And you're judged in much the same way as Torgil and Dean by the man who started it all.
Torgil and Dean was a famous British figure skater couple. So, if you wanted to know that joke.
So to stop people being bored and fed up with the same old thing, I started drifting the car through the corners, much more than the other drivers, to keep people interested, and it improved the popularity of the sport. Many years ago, the racers were only interested in hard springs.
Yeah, old D1 stuff, very good.
The drivers have become more interested in the suspension setups for these events, which are very, very popular in Japan these days. If you look at the top racers, they now have racing car standard suspension.
So how mad do you have to be to do this? What sort of people are we talking about here?
Mostly young guys.
I like how there's a bunch of people in chat like reminiscing about the good old days of the what they call 00 or not or 00 style. Speaking of 00 style, this video is pretty important. This is about the time I got into drifting. Actually, this is exactly the time I got into drifting. This is 2003. This is a video shot in I believe Toronto, Canada. A team called Signal Auto came to Canada and the US and did a bunch of demonstration drifts. They were like, hey, do you guys like this? And a bunch of places in Canada and, well, the US said, you want to use our parking lot for autocross? I guess you can do that. And then they did a couple demonstrations and people were like, don't ever come back. Don't do that again here. That was really scary. But a bunch of teens and cool guys were like, oh shit, this is dope. Yes, this is the Signal Autos with their 180 with the S15 noses. And so this is the origin point, or one of the primary origin points of drifting in North America. And to be fair, this is the origin of Formula D. This specific group of drivers doing these specific demonstrations were kind of what kicked off Formula D. And so here we are, the year 2021, and we have local drifting. Yes, this is stolen footage from Platform Garage. On your screen is one of our team's Husky situations, and I think there's a Des Moines in the background there. And so drifting has come a long way, but it's still popular. People are still drifting 240s on 15s. Oh, Garnet's here. Welcome, Garnet. This is an important shot, but just for me and not for you. Okay. So let's get into the meat and potatoes here. Oh, it's a broken coilover. Look at that. Ta-da. All right. So if you're wondering, can I drift? The easy answer is yes, you can do it. Drifting, if you take anything from this tonight, drifting is not hard to do. The skill of it, the ability to slide the car, takes a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of timing, a little bit of bravery, and a little bit of logic. But for the most part, most people can do it. Drifting is really easy, but the hardest part about drifting is getting the chance to do it. Not many people have a car that can do it and do it reliably and also drive well. And not many people have a place that they're allowed to do it, that they're able to go there and they can drift and they're allowed to be drifting there. And so that's truly the hard part, is getting a good car together and actually getting out to a track day. The actual drifting part of it, some people take longer, some people take a shorter period of time. Some people don't need to learn at all, and some people really need a lot of coaching and help. The reality is, though, that yes, you can do it. You're going to need a rear-wheel drive car. You're going to need good vision. That's probably the only thing you need from a physical standpoint, is good vision. I've drifted with people who don't have use of their arms. I've drifted with people who don't have use of their legs. I drifted with a guy in the UK that only had one eye. He actually now only has one eye, and he broke his back doing crazy shit on motorcycles. So now he drifts one eye with hand controls. I've drifted with boys. I've drifted with girls. I've drifted with young people and old people. I had a student who had severe epilepsy. I had a student who had severe brain traumas and really couldn't even speak anymore. Everybody can drift. It's very attainable, but the hard part is getting in the car and going and doing it. So you're going to need a good rear-wheel drive car, some good vision. You're going to need a good attitude. The attitude is so important. I can't stress this enough. It's so important to have a good attitude. And what a good attitude isn't that you just rush out and start the car and clutch kick and hope for the best. That's a bad attitude. A good attitude is one that matches the situation. It's not perfectly about being positive, but rather being realistic. And so we need somebody who can take safe risks, but also not really wreck other people's fun. Can we talk about that for a second? Actually, if you're going to add anything to your notes, there is only one rule in drifting, is that your fun shouldn't make other people have less fun. That's it. I want you to write that down. If you've got your pen and the paper, just write that down. Your fun shouldn't ruin somebody else's fun. And that's it. That's the only rule. And so if you're going to make any decision about like how to have a good attitude, just follow that rule. That's the rule to follow. Mechanically, you're going to need a car that is in kind of good shape, that runs well. And the big part is that you need a good locking differential. The differential is what splits the power from the engine to both rear wheels. And you're going to need a really good LSD, or you're going to need a welded or locked differential. Either way, you need a strong locking differential. And last but not least, you're going to need a safe place to practice. And that's really hard to do, and that's getting harder to do every day. So if you have a drift event and you're thinking about, man, I'll go to the next one. Maybe next year I'll go drifting. Next year, that might not be an option. This track day that's coming up on October 3rd might be our very last drift day. And so Yeah, if you have a BMW, put a good rat in it. I agree. So this might be our very last ever drift school day, I should say. I don't know yet, or at least at our local track. For those of you who are not part of Victoria, British Columbia, our track is one of Canada's oldest operating tracks, and one of the oldest in North America, if not like the Americas. It's a really old track. And it's closing next year. So if you're thinking, oh man, maybe I'll just do it next time. No, like just get her done. Go out and do it. Get your car sorted out. Go drive your car. So we have some options and opportunities, but it's just sad that our favorite track, or the one we're used to, is closing. So get out there, get going and get doing it. As for anything extra, yeah, you can add style to that. Okay. Grab your pens, grab your papers. If you need to do a screen cap of this moment, this is what all of our information is based on. This is what all of our decisions are based on, is this chunk of information. This is absolutely the most important piece of information you will learn tonight. We are 25 minutes into our stream, and we are already to the heart and soul of this whole thing. The 4 parts of a drift. We're going to have some questions about this later, and so you better write this down. Like, just write this shit down, the 4 parts of a drift. We have the setup. Your setup is how you approach a corner. The setup will change. It'll vary depending on the corners. It'll vary on depending on what you're trying to do, but the setup happens before you start drifting. It's a part that a lot of people ignore. They just go in and hope to cut the wheel and do their best. But the setup is where you're going to build your momentum. So how fast you're going to come in. Momentum takes you through drifting. It like the car is like bowling. You want to throw the ball and you want to throw the ball and you want to make it to the end of the lane. So you need to choose the appropriate momentum, and you need to place the car in the appropriate location so that when you do initiate, that the car is like has the opportunity to be successful. So your setup is a huge part of your drift, and it happens even before you start drifting. This is the approach I take to initiate relations as well. Oh, okay. This is how Garnet bones down. Okay. So after your setup, you have the initiation. The initiation is one of the hardest parts of the drifting. You are causing a loss of traction. We talked about how drifting is that control of oversteer. It's the control of sliding the car through the corner, and you're managing it. But before you're even controlling it, you need to cause the car to slide. So that's what's called the initiation. It's that sort of big bang moment when the car starts to slide. There's so many different ways to cause the car to slide. There's clutch kicks, there's handbrakes, there's power over, there is shift lock, there's weight transfer, there's brake tap. There's a bunch of different ways. Some are easier, some are harder. We're mostly going to talk a little bit about clutch kick tonight. That's probably the easiest way, and handbrake is another way. But these are ways to cause the back tires, not the front, the back tires to lose traction so the car wants to slide. That's your initiation. The third part is your control of this. You just caused the car to start sliding. Like, oh shit, what do I do next? In this control moment, you're going to direct and guide the car using the gas pedal, using the steering. You're going to manage that momentum that you created in the setup. You're going to manage that traction loss that you created in the initiation, and you're going to guide it towards the exit. To guide it, you're going to use what's called counter steering. You're going to turn the wheels to face the direction where you want to go. And you're going to use the gas pedal to manage that traction loss. Too much gas pedal and the car spins out. Too little and the car grips up. And so you need to do what we call balance the throttle. You need to use just the right amount of gas pedal to keep the tires going, and you need to use just the right amount of counter steer to direct the car where it needs to go. Power over was easy in your car, Knives. I can imagine you have an LS. Yeah. The last part of the 4 parts of a drift is the exit. Now, the exit's an interesting part because, well, you need to get grip again. You need to solve the slide. You were already sliding and you want to finish that slide. This is going to take a bit of a management of the throttle. It's going to take a bit of management of the steering, but you want to gain grip again. In some cases, you may even use the exit point as an initiation point for the next drift. That's called a transition, where you're sliding one way and you cause the other way. So write this down. We've got number 1, the setup, your momentum up to the corner. Number 2, the initiation, where you have your traction braking point. Number 3 is your control. And number 4 is your exit. For those of you who are coming to our on-track day, we're going to talk about these with your instructor. Your instructor might say, hey, I'm having a little bit of trouble with this point. I spun out. What happened? Well, your instructor is going to come up and say, when did you spin out? Did you spin out in the setup? Did you spin out in the initiation? Did you spin out while you were trying to control the drift? Did you spin out when you exit? They're going to use this language to talk to you. And for those of you who are not part of our on-track day, you can use this language to talk to other people when you're having a bit of a problem. And so when I'm even dissecting my own drifting, when I am out, like right now I'm working on testing products for my car. I'm designing some stuff, making changes, testing those things. And when I test those, I review them in this manner. When did it happen? Like I had a feeling I liked, or I had a feeling I didn't like. Did it happen at a certain point in the drift? And that's a really good way to dissect your drift. Let's take a look at a bit of a video of that. Caution noise. So we have the setup. This person has the correct speed or the momentum, and they have the position that they need for this drift. That position could be more to the left. It could be more to the right. You can even see a little bit in the video. They're actually turning to the right here. They're getting the position for the initiation. So they've got the initiation here. This person in this case used the clutch kick. You spun the opposite way in the control area. So that to me says you weren't using enough gas pedal, or you countersteered too much. Your front wheels need to be pointed where you want to go. If you point them to the like to the wall on your outside, then yeah, the car's going to go that way. But this person used a clutch kick on their initiation. Now they're controlling the drift, so they're countersteering. You can see their front wheels are pointed towards where they want to be, and they're using the throttle balance to get their car down there. They're controlling the car through the corner. And now they're going to exit. So they're going to clean up the steering. So they're currently countersteered where they're trying to go, and they're going to start to straighten the steering out. They're going to bring back the throttle. They're going to bring that throttle back just a little bit. And exit. So let's take a look at that again. So we've got our speed and momentum. We've got our clutch kick. Yes, there's a little bit of left foot braking in this. We'll ignore that at this point, Ryan. We're just introducing the 4 parts of the drift. Yeah, let's take a look at this even in slow-mo. So take a look at this. Let's dial that back a little bit. Watch the front wheels here on their initiation. They turn in. Then they clutch kick. The turn happens before the clutch kick. So there's the turn in. Oh God. I frigged it. Guys, I frigged it. So watch those front wheels. Oh, I can't zoom in on the videos. So they turn to the left there. Then there's the clutch kick. So the turning and the clutch kick happen in just slightly different times. You'll see, actually, if you're referring to our Drift School Handbook that I linked in chat earlier, you'll actually see some of that in there in regards to initiations, like clutch kick type initiations. It actually shows the timing or the rhythm. A lot of drifting is about rhythm and timing. And so if you're good at music, you'll eventually get good at drifting. A lot of people who are really good at drifting are good at music. So this person's using a little bit of foot brake and a couple of handbrake taps, but that's a little bit advanced. We don't have to worry about that too much at this point. They're now on the gas pedal to push the car out. You'll see their front wheels are still pointed where they want to go. Check it out. The front wheels are always pointed the direction they want to be. They're hoping to be up here, and so they've got those front wheels pointed. And then They come off. There's a bit of accidental transition there, and they grip up, and they're done. So those are the 4 parts of the drift. There's the setup, the initiation, the control, and the exit. I can't stress this enough. If you take nothing else from tonight, if you take absolutely no other information, if you gloss over and everything just bounces off your face like a vintage gif of a woman with hot dogs, then take this, the 4 parts of a drift. I want to talk a little bit about steering. This is something that a lot of people get wrong. So before we even get into donuts or anything like that, I have to remind you guys, by the way, if you're watching in our stream and you have questions about this stuff, or you want to go back through things, stop me, be like, Quinn, fuck, shit. Say fuck shit in the chat, and then I'll stop and we'll talk about what you need to talk about. Because I don't want to gloss through things. Tell me more about the hot dogs. You can find that GIF on your own. It's the hot dog girl GIF. Anyways, I'm sure Barry can link you privately. Okay. So I want to talk about steering. Do you guys remember the thing I talked about at the start of our stream tonight about being gentle to the steering wheel and rude to the gas pedal? I actually asked you to make a note of that. A lot of people are really mean and harsh to the steering wheel when they want the car to drift. When they're doing it for the first time, they're trying to trying to really muscle and be really rude to that car, and it's so wrong. It's so wrong. The reason it's wrong is we want the back tires to slide. We don't want the front tires to slide. So we want to be gentle to the steering. Every time you snap or are aggressive with the wheel, well, you're causing those front tires to slide. We can even take a look again. Watch how rude this person is to the front tires. And look, the front tires are the ones that lose traction. Watch how aggressive they are to it. Look at that. Almost a full turn. And by being really surprising to the front tires lose traction. So we want to be gentle to the front tires and rude to the back tires by being rude to the gas pedal. Here's the note on this slide. If you're going to make a note, we're going to make a note about how much to turn in. So if I'm going to turn in for the first time, I only want to turn in 90 degrees maximum. I don't want to turn in 100 or 180. I want to turn in 90 degrees maximum. The more you turn, the more you're going to understeer. The faster you go, if you're doing like a 40 kilometer an hour drift, for you Americans, it's about 25 miles an hour-ish. If you're doing a 40 kilometer an hour drift and you turn like 90 degrees, cool. If you are doing 100 kilometer an hour drift, you might only turn a little bit. It might only be like 10 degrees. It's just enough to cause the car to want to like rotate a little bit. It causes the car to like roll onto that side, and that's when you will use the throw and catch technique. Now, if you're not familiar with the throw and catch technique, the front of your car has caster. If you've ever pushed a grocery cart and begged for money on the street like me, you can see I am a hobo, then you know the front wheels generally follow the road or the movement of the pavement underneath the grocery cart. And that's called caster. The wheel is not directly above the pivot point, or the pivot point's not directly above the wheel. The wheel's actually offset. And so the wheel is always going to follow, kind of like a weather vane follows the wind. The front wheels always follow the road. And so when you try to manually countersteer, you generally can't do it fast enough. So it's important to, if you feel the car start to slide, you pull down your hand and throw it and catch. This throw and catch is important. Knives is in chat. He said he threw, and that's an awesome part. He threw the car to allow it to countersteer, but maybe he didn't catch. So this throw and let go. It's a pull down. I was just watching a clip of Ryan Turek. Ryan Turek on Formula D. He crashed this weekend. He crashed his car, and this was his first return back to the track that he was at, something racetrack. Sonoma, Long Beach. There we go. Come on, words. And he crashed again. What I mean by that is last year, he completely destroyed his car. He absolutely wrote it off. And if you watch the video from last year when he completely destroyed his FRS, he was not doing a pull and throw down. He was actually trying to lift the steering wheel, and it was actually too slow. His counter steer was too slow, and he ended up understeering into the wall. So this pull down and throw is a lot easier. Actually, if you're at home, grab your hands like a steering wheel and try this. Try a down motion versus an up motion. Come on. 2 years ago, whatever. I saw the video, he crashed. But yeah, try this out. Throwing down is easier than throwing up. It's actually faster to throw down. So you're gonna turn in and throw down. That's how you steer. Let's watch a master of it. This is a gentleman named Grant. I have a huge crush, both emotionally and maybe a little bit sexually, on this man. He doesn't know that I have a crush on him, but this man was so far ahead of everybody else. And Barry just did a BRB, and that's a Mark III Supra there that he doesn't get to see. He just pieced out. And so this is Grant. Grant was a master of drifting long before people really caught on the island, and I'm still look up to him. I want you to watch his steering here during this little clip, and I want for Faded, this specifically for Faded, who's in our Twitch chat. Shout out to everybody who's in our Facebook and our Twitch chat. Hi guys. I want you to see how many times he touches the handbrake here. So he's gentle to the steering and rude to the throttle. So we got our transition to transition. And he's letting the car do the counter steering. Power shift to third. So he's letting the car do the drifting. He's not trying to overwork or overmanage the steering. He's allowing the steering to counter steer on itself. He's giving it the encouragement. Yeah, self-steer. Let the car do the work. The car has that caster. It will naturally follow the road. And so the more handsy, the more grabby, and the more like grip you hold on the steering wheel, probably the less communication that you're going to get from that steering wheel. Your steering wheel talks to you. It actually talks to you. When the car starts to slide, you'll actually feel the steering wheel pull on your hand. Garnet is in our chat. He really liked this point at one of our class sessions, where if you start to turn in, the car will feel heavy one direction. It'll fight you. It'll almost be hard to turn in. But the moment the car starts to slide, it immediately tugs the opposite way. So when I go to turn, let's say I'm making a left turn, the car will be hard to turn that wheel towards the left, but then all of a sudden it gets soft, it gets light, and it actually starts to tug to the right. It tugs the opposite way. That's your car trying to tell you now's the time to counter steer. So from the point to put on this slide, if you're going to write it down, is feel the tug. Let it talk to you, and that's the moment that you need to do that catch, that throw and catch. Let's watch that just for a second again here. So you'll see him, when he goes to transition, you'll see the wheel trying to tug its way back. Right there. And so it's up to you to listen for that tug. Feel the tug. Feel the tug. Feel the tug! You got to listen to the tug. Don't fight it. Throw and catch. Stay on the gas. Don't panic. If you let off the gas, the back wheels are going to grip up. You got to stay on that gas pedal. Clutch kicks. I want to talk about clutch kicks. Now, before I get into clutch kicks, make sure to, again, I want to remind you guys to, I see some shit talking in chat. I love the shit talking. Shit talk more, but also make sure that if you've got questions that you're asking them. Clutch kicks. A lot of people who are learning to drift need to learn how to clutch kick. That mirror there is what's called a wink mirror. I love wink mirrors. It's multiple panels. These are professional racing mirrors. Now, understand that this car is an interesting and special car. But anyways, that's a whole other side note. Clutch kicks. Let's talk about clutch kicks. Clutch kicks is 2 feet down. So your gas pedal, your clutch foot, you press them down. The engine's going to rev up, rev, and you're going to snap your foot off. A common mistake I see at a lot of our drift schools is people are really gentle to the clutch pedal, which is really weird, and the logic is broken there. We were trying to be gentle to the steering. We were trying to be like not overmanage or overwork the steering. We're just trying to let the steering do the thing it needs to do. But we're trying to be really mean. You have a question above? I missed it. Is it heavy turn in specific to McPherson struts? No, it's not. That's a good question. Some cars are double A-arm. So the question that Knives is asking is the steering heavy? Steering is heavy relative to your power steering, to your scrub radius, and to your caster. Those few things will affect how heavy the steering wheel is in your hand. If you drive a 1998 Oldsmobile Delta 88, that steering has no heaviness. No matter how many times you turn the wheel, it doesn't. The car can be sliding, and you don't. There's the power steering on some of those GM cars, and especially the big GM cars, is so over boosted that you almost never feel the steering tug in your hands. But then you get into something like a Lada Niva, and there's no power steering in it at all. You have these crazy offset, like off-roader wheels. The thing's jacked up and you're up on 30-degree slant, and that thing tries to tear the steering wheel from your hands. Each car is going to feel a little bit different. It's up to you to be attuned to that tug and find the rhythm to throw that wheel. Yeah, it's not the design so much. The caster and your scrub radius and your power steering are the things that are going to mostly affect the feeling of that steering, and also the grip of the front tires. That's another thing. Those are the 4 things that will affect how heavy your steering feels, and how good your steering communicates. So you got to listen for that. Steering wheel size, Lammy? Oh yeah. Sometimes some people have the tiny little things. Will camber affect self-steer? Camber can affect self-steer, and that's a complicated topic. But camber can affect self-steer for sure. A lot of people who have trouble with self-steer in their car just actually have slightly damaged cars. They have 40-year-old cars that still have the original tie rods, still have lower control arms, the original lower control arms, and a bunch of things, and everything's just slightly bent. And so it binds in it. Yeah. Or they'll have bad strut tops that have bad bearings in the top of the struts, and they are clicky and shitty. I've had some crappy coilovers that didn't really turn very well, and I had to add extra bearings to them. So there's a bunch of stuff that will affect how good that self-steer is. But generally it's tire compound, your caster settings, so how leaned those struts are so that they can turn, much like the shopping cart. Your scrub radius, how far your wheels stick out from that pivot. You have that pivot point, and the further your wheel sticks out, the more scrub radius there is, and so the heavier the steering feels. There's a bunch of different things that are going to affect that. Yeah. And the more modern the car is, the shittier the power steering feels. I agree with this. We're on to clutch kicks. Did I answer your questions? Not enough stock camber? Some camber is good. Camber is actually for setting the lead tire. So when you're drifting, if you have a car with 0 camber, and you have a car with a lot of caster, and your wheels are kind of like this as you drift, and it doesn't show a very good. Actually, they're more like this. There you go when you drift, and then yeah, you wanna get that lead tire. So often cars with lots of camber, when you are drifting, and lots of caster, when they start to slide, they'll actually level out. They'll be nice and square to the road. So there's a whole other thing. Yeah. I hate my power steering setup so much. I'm about to go to manual, but it's all because of fighting a line leak. Hooking up a 2004 power steering pump to a 8.6 rack isn't the move. Are you talking about 8.6 in the sense that you have an AEA6 steering rack in your RX-7? I swear you have an RX-7 knives, or it's in the 1980s. Oh, you're talking about 1986 versus 2004. Yeah, there is that, and Mazda uses sometimes weird lines and stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, faded. Oh, you're getting too advanced, faded. We've gone too deep, faded. I'm gonna dial it back just a little bit. But yeah. Yeah, a little bit of camber is good. Camber is just generally for turn in. Oh, you did an E46 rack into your E30? Hell yeah. Yeah, camber is generally for the first turn in. When you're gonna first start the turn before you start sliding, that's what camber's really, its primary job is to flatten the tire to the road to give you good grip to turn in. And then after that, it's there to give you a good leading tire contact patch. Hell yeah, the 3.2 turns. Yeah, I see a lot of people use the Z3 steering rack for their cars as well in the BMW world. They're a little bit harder to get a hold of. Let's talk clutch kicks. For those of you who are coming out to our drift school for the first time and you've never drifted a car before, what the hell is a clutch kick? A clutch kick is the way to shock the drivetrain. We want the back wheels to suddenly start spinning. And so what we're talking about right now is not the setup of a corner, but the initiation. To cause those back tires to start spinning, we need to suddenly give them all of the power really quickly. I'll show you a video here, and then we'll come back to the diagram. Take a listen again. I think you guys have got audio. Cool. This person is, I want you to watch the right foot here. And then in your peripheral vision, I want you to watch the left foot. The gas pedal is down. They're hard on the gas. And by pressing the clutch in, you're disconnecting the engine and the transmission. That allows the engine to rev up. And then when you dump the clutch, you let go of the clutch, all of a sudden that engine and transmission connect again, and that power shocks the rear wheels so that they start spinning. It happens so quickly, and this is actually a professional drift car we're looking in. And so this person has like a lot of horsepower, but you can even do it. How do I say? You can spend a little bit more time in the clutch, so you can be like, wah, ba, 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 ba. You can take a little bit more time. So it's 2 feet down, clutch in, gas down, rev up the engine, usually above 4,000 or 5,000 RPM, but that's car dependent and setup dependent. But roughly speaking, that's a good place to start. If you find that the back wheels don't start spinning when you snap your foot off the clutch, then bring up the RPMs a little bit higher. If you find you're constantly spinning out, you're just skirting off the edge of the track, then maybe not as high of a clutch kick. In the rain or the snow, you can even just do a meh, meh. And so, yeah, let's take another look, just a real quick one. And so that's a common way to initiate a drift. This is, I would even call the most basic way to initiate. So we're talking about that step number 2, initiation. We want to cause those back wheels to start sliding. This is the level 1 of this. This is the way that most people learn how to initiate for the very first time. A handbrake pull is a style of doing it, but I would call that kind of level 2, just a little bit up. It's a little bit of work. When you're at our drift school on our on-track day for the first time, or you're learning the base skill of donuts for the first time, this is likely the way that you're going to learn how to initiate for the first time. Is you're going to press the 2 pedals down and then snap your foot off. So that's the note for this particular slide. 2 feet down, 1 foot up. Let's talk about donuts. Holy shit, this just got complicated looking. In your booklets, those Drift School booklets, feel free to download those. Save them to your computer, read them more later. This is in that that booklet. It's inside of there. So if you need to like go back and research this or reread this, it's all in there. But let's talk through it for the first time. A donut in your timeline of learning to drift, in your story of learning to drift, the donut is generally the first skill you learn. You're going to stack all your other skills of drifting on top of the donut. The donut focuses on the control part of drifting. The donut is infinite. You can keep the slide going for as long as you have gasoline, as long as your car is not overheating, and as long as you have tires underneath you. You can keep a donut going forever. And so this is a great way to learn that control point, the part 3 of the control. Oh, where's the download link? I will give you that link. Give me a second. I'll put it in the Twitch chat. There we go. And I will put it back in the Facebook chat in just a second here. I got to load up the Facebook chat. I try to avoid having it open. There we go. It's back in our Facebook chat as well. Download that, save that for later. You'll see this exact thing in there. But the whole point of the donut is to be able to learn to maintain a slide or to control that slide. You were keeping the slide going infinitely. So there is a setup or an approach to this. There is an initiation, but the focus of a donut is learning that control. To control a slide is about managing your counter steer, and it's about managing the throttle, about balancing it. Let's talk about how to even create a donut. Some of you live in Toronto, and those of you who live in Toronto are probably going to go do some street drifting tonight. I do not recommend street drifting, but I know you're going to do it. You're going to watch my thing, you're going to be very excited, and you're going to go out and try some donuts. So let's just make you successful at this so you don't look like a fool. First off, you need a good locking differential. If you don't have an LSD or you don't have a welded diff or a spool, like I've got a spool in my car, this is just not going to work. You're going to have a bad time. I can't go streeting, car is dead. No sad bananas in my chat. There's no sad bananas. Learning donuts before you learn to drift a full corner is really... I strongly suggest it, Knives. So get comfy in the donut. Claimed another battery. Did you know that you can unhook your battery when you're not driving your car? Top tip, if you don't drive in your car, unhook your battery. Okay, let's just talk about the function or the use of starting a donut. On the left-hand side of your screen here, you're going to see a car. This car is going 0 kilometers an hour. It's going 0 miles an hour. It is stopped. The driver has turned their wheels in just a little bit. They've turned in towards towards the cone. They're going to clutch in and gas in, rev that motor right up, and they're going to dump that clutch. And the car's going to want to accelerate very suddenly. It's a very sharp moment. It's a bang. The clutch is dumped. The back wheels are going to get all that power, and those back wheels are going to start to spin. Now that they're starting to spin, now that they're sliding, now that you've initiated, you've caused the back tires to start sliding. That's that initiation point. Now you're in that control moment. You can control the car. This is where counter steering and balancing the throttle is going to come into play. Too much gas, and yeah, you're going to cause yourself to keep spinning out. Too little gas, and the car is going to grip up. So you're going to have to maintain the right amount of gas to keep the car sliding. That's part 1. Part 2 of that is you're going to have to counter steer. you're going to have to allow the steering to go where you want the car to move to. You can see in our diagram here, the front wheels are pointed to where they want the car to go. They want the car to continue around the donut, and so those front wheels stay pointed there. To keep the back of the car sliding, they're going to have to use that gas pedal and manage that. So this is your base skill. When you come to our on-track day, this is where we're going to start. At the very top of our screen here, you'll see our donut badge. You can earn this badge. We give out badges when you do our school. And that means that an instructor feels that you're competent at that skill. They said that you demonstrated the skill well enough that you're not out of control, you're in control. An important part of donuts is that they're smooth. They're not random. A lot of the times you'll see people talking about doing donuts and they'll have videos online, and a lot of times they're just spinning out at random. You really want to keep that smooth. A really good way to, and this is a top tip. Dun, 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 dun. I need like a top tip button, like dun, 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 dun. Top tip. When you're learning to balance the throttle, you can use little jabs, like jab, 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 jab. That's a good learner way to get the donut. You're gonna be like nah, 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 nah. You'll keep the car sliding, and it's nice because you don't have to be perfect with the gas pedal. You just have to have a good rhythm. Later on, when you get more comfortable with donuts, you should be able to maintain the throttle or be very gentle with it. Or, I mean, I've gotten to the point with donuts now, it's like, nah, you can be really like perfect with it. Handbrake turns with a Jetta, that works, yeah, that's fair. So at first you can do little dabs or little bumps. What are left-hand donuts easier than... left-hand donuts and right-hand donuts are... Sometimes one's easier than the other. Usually it has to depend on which hand drive your car is. I've done donuts in both left and right-hand drive cars. And when you're doing really tight donuts, the further away you are from that cone, the harder it is. When you're doing nice big donuts, it doesn't matter what side of the car you're sitting on. So some cars, they have like fuel slosh or oil slosh, depending if you're going the same direction one way. And they may do that more one way than the other, depending on the way the car is designed. But generally, the donuts are the same either way. A general rule of thumb, but there are some exceptions to that. Yeah, you can tap or like blip. Often the word is called blipping the throttle. Blip, 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 blip. That's a good learner way, but it's a low level way. You want to get into being smooth eventually. Let's take a look at somebody doing some donuts. Sorry, that's as long as the clip I could get. The Shaw Television edited it. But check out the setup. The car is stopped beside the cone. The cone is directly beside the driver, and they're not rubbing against the cone. They are somewhat about a car's width away. You're going to see next that the car is stopped. It's fully stopped. An important part of learning donuts, specifically learning donuts, is having a consistent setup. So if you just keep trying at random, like you're like, I'm just having a bad time, I'm just going to keep clutch kicking and hoping for the best. Well, that's always going to give you random results. So by having the same setup every time that you stop the car in the same position, you get set up the same way, then you're going to see those changes and they'll be more obvious and more logical, if that makes sense. So make sure to have the same setup every time. If that's a note I would suggest putting down. If in doubt, just stop the car, reset up. Don't panic. Don't try to like force it to work. Just stop the car and reset up. Check it out. His wheel is turned into the cone. He wants to start drifting to the left, so he's got his wheel turned to the left. We're going to do the clutch kick here. So we're going to clutch in, gas in, going to rev that car up, dump the clutch. Now check it out. He gets into the counter steer very shortly after. So the back wheels start to spin, the back of the car starts to come out, and now we got to start counter steering. Check out, I want you to watch his hands again here. I want you to see that the car, and the Nissan 240SX is really, really good for self-steer mechanics. It is one of the reasons why it is a car that is very popular for drifting, is it self-steers very well. So take a look at these front, watch his hands again for a second here. Watch how, so he's turning into the left. His force is to turn it to the left, and then how hard, like, check it out, he's just feeding the wheel in his fingers. He's not even throwing it. He's just like feeding it. As he lets the wheel go, it starts to feed itself. And then he's just balancing the throttle to keep the car sliding. Cool. So we can watch that again quickly here. Dump the clutch and allow the car to counter steer and stay on the gas. Stay on the gas. Oh my God. I have so many people that they go to do a donut for their first time and the car starts to slide and they go, oh no, and they let off the gas. But the gas is there to keep those tires spinning. So stay on that throttle. Some throttle is better than no throttle, if that makes sense. Now, if for whatever reason the car doesn't feel like it's sliding, just stop, reset. I can't stress that enough. Just stop and reset. So if you're coming out to our drift school day, this is footage from our drift school. This is your first skill that you learn, the donuts. And so that's what you're going to focus on to start with. That's that sticker that you want, because you want to stack all the other stickers on top of it. Da-da. Figures of 8. Let's say that you learn that donut. You get that clutch dump, the car starts to slide. You can feel the car sliding because it feels like the bum is walking around you. It actually feels like it. Like you'll feel like you're pivoting in the car. The car starts to slide, you're sliding through it, you're maintaining that donut, and you get really good at just doing consistent donuts. The secret to donuts is the consistency. So what's next after that? I've gotten that donut down. The guy slapped the sticker on my car and said, you got this, you know what you're doing. Your next step is to learn the figure of 8. Guess what? This is still donuts, but with a twist. Literally a twist. Is you'll see the car is starting to slide here. Enhance, 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 enhance. Okay, you'll see the car is starting to slide here. I gotta back it up a little bit for you guys. There we go. And as it slides, it changes directions and starts sliding the other way. This is called a transition. Transitions are so much about rhythm and timing. Transitions are to cause like a drift to go from one direction to the other. So when the donut was about learning the control of the car, the control point number 3, part 3 of a 4-part drift, then Figures of 8 is working on that exit. We're going to make the exit into a transition. We're going to cause the car to snap the other way. Learning this will allow you to feel what it's like to cause a car to finish drifting and how to control that change of momentum. Your car will want to snap or change direction, and you can use that to your advantage to do a transition, or you can work against that to just clean up and exit a corner safely. Nose is bothering me. There we go. So the most important part about this is timing. Timing is you're used to that donut, you're controlling that donut, you feel comfortable in that donut, and maybe you do a couple laps of that donut and you want to go to the next cone. Your car is counter-steered. It's pointed to where it wants to go. If you just fully let off your gas pedal, the car snaps and it goes the other way. That's kind of sometimes a mistake if you do it wrong. If you're too rude to the gas pedal, it's going to snap and change directions. Or you can do that on purpose and transition. We will see, if we go back a couple of videos here, we'll see this man do some transitions here. So watch his hands. See, the car snaps, and he's just throwing and catching, throwing and catching, throwing and catching. Snap, throw and catch. Snap, throw and catch, throw and catch. And so learning that transition in a figure of 8 is a really good way to get better at that when it comes to bigger corners. And so it's a lot about timing and rhythm. A really important thing is this transition line here. You'll see between the two cones is a line here. Most people make a mistake of when to transition. Most people are really impatient. If you're going to come to our drift school and you want to get this badge, being patient with the transition is important. I've actually drawn this very specifically. The car continues sliding all the way up to this transition line. It's kind of like a gate. You want to pass through the gate before you transition. I do want to do a chat test. I haven't seen a message in chat, and I just want to make sure that I'm aware of that chat. So if you're in our chat, just give me a thumbs up that we're still going, that you can still hear what's going on. Test. We got that Barry band. Oh, you guys are invested. Okay. You're invested now. This makes sense. Okay. If you're on our Facebook, please test as well. Cool. Laura, hi, welcome. So let's say you want to transition the drift. You need to keep the drift going all the way up past the transition line. You have to pass through that gate before you transition. Otherwise, if you transition too early, you're going to end up hitting this next second cone. And that's what a lot of people do, is they're really impatient. They see the next cone and they transition kind of like over here, which is way too early. That car causes the car to snap and they end up spinning down here. So keep the drift going. If you're going to make a note about this, keep the drift going longer than you expect. Drift through the transition line. Then you can let off the gas pedal. The car is going to snap and you're going to have to counter steer very quickly and get back on that gas. The timing and rhythm here is what makes or breaks the success here. Your timing for the transition and your rhythm for catching the next drift. This page is inside of that drift booklet that we linked earlier. You can find this again later. You can read more about our steps and things here. You'll even see a note on the side here that says this happens very quickly. You'll see it over here on the side. The timing of this is very important. And so this is your second skill that you'll learn at our drift school. You'll learn the donuts first. A forewarning, some people get stuck on donuts. It happens. They may do a whole drift school and just do the donuts, and that's okay. There is no problem with that. I have had some people feel bad about that, and that's not a problem at all. There is a lot of muscle memory and a lot of emotion and a lot of sort of preconceptions that you have to get over to allow yourself to do that. Sometimes it is fighting yourself. Sometimes it's fighting the car. I wish I could provide cars for everybody. I know what to do to make my car feel good and make it feel good for other people to drive, but I just don't have the money to provide everybody cars. So it might be you fighting your car a little bit. One of the things that you can do is let one of the instructors drive. Switch seats with them. Let the instructor do a donut. Let the instructor do a figure of 8. And they'll be able to give you better feedback when you come back. When you return and you're like, man, I had a problem. I couldn't get this to work. They'll be like, your car has a lot of power and not a little grip, so it's going to be really easy to spin out. Or your car has a lot of grip, but not a lot of power. It's going to be really easy to grip up. I had a gentleman come to one of our drift schools, and he had like a 300 horsepower SR20 car. He was kept trying to do these really big clutch kicks. He's like, that was the instruction, to do a big clutch kick. But his car his power to grip ratio had a lot of power and very little grip. The clutch kick really wasn't needed. All he had to do is touch the gas pedal. So some of these instructions are flexible depending on the setup as well. If you get stuck on donuts, that's okay. Ask for somebody to drive your car and give you some more feedback, and sit with them. See what they're doing and if they're doing it a little bit different than you. You can listen to the rhythm of things. You can hear the noises of the rhythm. You can watch the pace. You can even watch their hands and feet. But that rhythm and timing, when it comes to figure eights, is going to be important. You want to earn that figure eight badge. So check this out. He keeps the drifter going all the way through the cones, then he transitions. That's a super important part of that. Now these cones are a little bit spaced out too far. This is a gentleman who's pretty comfortable with the figure eights making it work. But look at that. Big angle, then the snap. The timing and rhythm of that is going to be important. Cool. Prepping for a track day. One thing that it's not on this page is the most important thing, which is having a good attitude. At the start of today, we talked about having a good attitude. It's important that you have a good attitude. A good attitude is somebody who's willing to take safe risks, willing to listen, willing to ask questions, and willing to step back if they're asked to step back, if that makes sense. A good attitude is not a positive attitude, but an attitude that is appropriate for the situation. And so bringing a good attitude to the track is a big thing. I must say that the track is not a competition. Even on our competition drift days, it's not a competition. Everybody is there to share the thing that they like the most with you, and you're there to share it with them. Regardless if they're a competitor, it's very common in Cap D and most drifting things that you'll even see people lend their car. Like, Jim's car broke down. Well, you can drive Bob's, and they'll go out and do like it's not about winning. We'll come back to that topic. But prepping for a track day, you're going to need some really basic stuff. You're going to need un chapeau, a helmet. You're going to need to check your local drifting series to see what they require. Most places in North America require a Snell rated helmet. The newer, the better. I know for ours, I think it's Snell 2010 at this point, but it may go Snell 2015 at some point. You'll need a helmet. You're going to need to bring some just basic tools. If a hose goes loose or a belt falls off, or you need to tighten or loosen wheels, you're going to need some really basic tools. So bring some tools with you. Have your battery tied down. That is so ignorant to show up to a track day and just tell me that the battery is not going to fall out. It is so ignorant. You need a battery tie down that you can grab the battery and really shake the car, and the battery does not move. It doesn't move left or right. It doesn't move forwards and backwards. It doesn't move up or down. It cannot move. Plastic battery tie downs do not work. If you go to Canadian Tire or you go to Lordco or whatever your local parts place is, and they have plastic ones that are those plastic slider types, those are really good if you're going to put together like a small boat and you're going to go like drunkenly roll your boat in the like the small pond behind your house. Those plastic tie downs are just fine. But if you're going to go to a racetrack, you got to have a nice metal tie down. You're going to need some jack and a jack stands. That's important. You're going to have to be able to lift that car up off the ground to change those tires. Do not show up to a track day thinking that your tires will last you forever. I had a gentleman who showed up, and he's like, he had the original tires that came with the car when it was brand new. The car was about maybe 2 years old, and he's like, do you think these will last me all of the drift day and autocross tomorrow? And the answer was very much no. You need to bring, I strongly suggest 4 tires. You can get away with 2. It really depends on your car. If you showed up to our event with a 350Z, you definitely need to bring 4 tires. You need to bring 4 tires on rims. You're going to bake through those tires pretty quick. If you show up to our event with like a 1970 like Toyota Corona, then a pair of tires that have a fairly new production date are probably going to last you the whole time. The weight and power of the car directly equals how fast you wear those tires out. You're spinning the tires, they're getting hot, and rubber when it gets hot melts. The harder you push those tires into the ground and the faster you spin them, the faster they wear out. So if you got an old shitty light car that doesn't really have much horsepower, you're probably not going to wear out through tires too quickly. if you have a newer modern car with tons of horsepower, you're going to burn the shit out of those tires, regardless of skill. So, yeah. The other thing is production dates on tires. The newer the tire, the longer it's going to last you. Don't worry so much about like brand or things like that. Worry a little bit more about how fresh the tires are. The older they are, the more they wear out. Miatas are pretty safe, Jade. Yeah, Miatas. I mean, I would bring like 2 brand new tires. To give you context, I think earlier in our thing, I had a couple pictures of my cars. This one up at the top, this Toyota Corolla here, I drifted for 23 hours of on-track time. Like we measured it. It was 23 hours of operating time on a pair. Just 2 brand new tires. I would just drive to the track, drift, drive home. But when I put used tires, and you can see in this photograph, I'm using used tires. These lasted me like 3 runs. On my current car, on my BRZ, I'll go through probably a pair every half of an event. So if I am going out and driving as many laps as I can, I'll go through a pair in probably 2 to 3 hours of driving. So it really depends on how new your tires are, how much horsepower you have. How the driver treats it. Yeah, Barry's pretty correct. How the driver treats as well. But bring some tires so that you can drive home, if that makes sense. Having a fire extinguisher. Capital Drift requires fire extinguishers. Now, for our drift school, we do not require fire extinguishers. You only need them for our regular track days. I don't know why my nose is so itchy. Crazy. But yeah, if you are in the Victoria area or on the island and you need a fire extinguisher that has a metal bracket, most fire extinguishers that you buy at like Canadian Tire or anything like that come with a plastic bracket. It does not pass our tech. To get one with a metal bracket, I strongly suggest Crest Fire, which is on Burnside by Lordco. That place sells a really nice fire extinguisher with a metal bracket that's small and fits in your car. Another important thing is closed-toed shoes. You actually need closed-toed shoes. You cannot show up in Crocs. You cannot show up in like sandals. Don't show up in high heels. I had somebody try that once. What are you doing? Please put on a regular pair of shoes. Gender, the cars don't care about your gender. Please just have a gender neutral pair of shoes that are, it's really important that your shoes are kind of like flexy on the bottom so that you can feel the gas pedal. When you put your foot on it, your foot should deform around the pedals just a little bit. Yeah. And that way you know that you can feel the pedal. Work boots or like some of like if you showed up and you're all thug and lugs and you're like, yo bro, I'm bringing back lugs, you're gonna have a bad time. So bring a nice soft normal shoe. I almost even suggest like diving shoes. Those are really close. You can get those at Walmart and they're really close. They're really, really close to professional racing shoes. Sorry, I need to wet the throat here. And snacks. You got to bring snacks. Just make sure that you have some way of getting fluid inside of your body and some tasty treats on your drift day. Don't ignore it. Some people show up to the drift day and they're like, oh, I can just come and go as I please. I'll go get some McDonald's and I'll come back. That's not really a thing at most tracks. Most tracks are like, you're staying here. So yeah. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Yuski. We'll see you in a bit. If you want to, if you're watching this now and you want to come back to a little bit more later, these streams will be up, and I'll probably upload this to our YouTube as well. Side note: this is a gentleman I follow on Instagram. He was kind enough to let me use his photo, and I took this photo of him in Japan. He's a drifting friend of mine. He's got an RB25 in what's called a Nissan Crew. It's a taxi cab that he converted into a drift car. So very cool. But yeah, those are most of the things that you'll need to bring to the track. I want to talk a little bit about car prep, if we can. I have some people approach in a very kind of strange way. So I need you people in chat to type what is the number one way to prepare for a track day. I'm not going to say it out loud. I need you to type it in chat, both on our Facebook and our Twitch. I need you to just type it in there. What the number one thing is to prepare your car for drifting. I do have a thing about coolant versus water. That's a little bit advanced. Generally, you want to run water on track days for two reasons. One, if you have a car crash, you don't want to make the track slippery for everybody else because coolant has oils in it to help lubricate the water pump. But also, water cools better. Okay, I see one person in all of our chat that has typed the right thing. I see some close answers. I got 2 close answers, but I need that number. I won't continue until I see more answers of what number 1 says on this. I need to know that you guys can read. This is like basic comprehension check. What does number 1 say on our slide? I will zoom in on it if you are blind as shit. I can't zoom that well. Okay, it's number 1 now. I'm waiting. Okay, I got 2 answers that are correct. Barry and low 240 have answered correctly. The Facebook has not answered at all. I'm waiting. I don't have this I have patience. Okay, we got some Facebook ones. We got Aiden and Kel. We got some more Twitch ones. There is a CapD Tech video if you go to the capitaldrift.ca website. Jade is answered. Faded is answered. Okay, cool. Show up with a shitbox. Yeah. No, I don't care how cool you saw it on an Instagram post, adding a hydraulic handbrake to your car does not correct the fact that it has cracked plug wires. Please make your car run correctly. Don't worry about upgrading it. Don't worry about putting the coolest shit on it. Make sure it actually runs. Make sure it actually cools. Make sure it actually turns and stops. You need a base level to compare and do mods. I see a lot of people do modifications to their cars because they think it's the right thing to do. But the only mod that you need in your car is a good locking differential. Nothing else. You need no other mods other than a locking differential. Everything else should be well maintained and brought closer back to stock. If your bushings are exploded, fix your bushings. If your radiator hoses are swollen and about to puke, fix your radiator hoses. If you haven't bled your brakes in like ever, if the car's never had the brakes bled, bleed the brakes. Coilovers are not required, but why the reason a lot of people go to coilovers is their stock shocks are blown, but you just need shocks that work. You don't need coilovers. But if you're going to buy all new shocks and it's like almost the cost of coilovers, then buy coilovers. But I'm not telling you to buy coilovers. Just make sure your shocks are not blown. If you don't have any brake pads, put some just maintain your car. Fix your shit properly. Holy shit. Do not come to a drift school and be like, well, my car won't drift. Well, yeah, because you didn't make it run. I had a couple people who have showed up to regular Capital Drift events and their car, like, it stalls when they let off the gas pedal and the engine dies. You're never gonna be successful if you can't drive the car. So make sure the car drives. Number 2, have a locking differential. Make sure your diff locks. Your factory VLSD in your 1989 240SX is blown. I'm sorry, it's blown. Get a welded, get a spool, get a 2-way LSD, something that guarantees that the diff is going to lock. That way, you have better control of the car. Your control, we talked about it earlier when we were doing donuts. We're in that control point where we're managing the slide, and low 240 is like, dang, bro, call out. Not specifically a direct call out. Liam Stewart, thank you for the maintenance. I see you in there. I shimmed it. That's going to be better. That's going to be better if you shimmed it. That being said, it'll wear out quicker. So like you've made it lock better, but it's going to last shorter period of time. Anyways, Make sure your diff locks. When you are controlling the drift, when you're managing the drift, you are like controlling the speed of like the rear wheels. That's what your gas pedal does. And if those rear wheels randomly unlock, then no matter what you do with the gas pedal, you won't have control of those back wheels. So a lot of controlling the drift, that part three, the third part of a drift, controlling a drift, is about managing wheel speed and using not too much gas pedal or not too little. And you really want those back wheels to do what you tell them. So make sure that diff locks. What's ideal in a differential? That's a great question. I use a spool in my car. A spool is like a welded differential. The reason I like spools is I don't have to destroy my differential by welding it. I don't have to rely on somebody being good at welding and hoping that they knew what they're doing. Top tip, do not put those little fucking weld-in plates. Those don't work. Stop doing that. But I like a locked differential is what I'm saying. Is a welded diff or a spool is a great way to rely on your diff being locked. If you can afford a two-way LSD from a company like Kaz or Cusco or even Quaife, then life is really good. If you can afford those higher end differentials, it's so much better than a welded diff. Don't let anybody lie to you. LSDs drive so nice. That little Corolla that we saw earlier that I was referring to that had the used tires that had the red fenders, that thing had a two-way Kaz LSD. Mwah, mwah. Yeah, but just make sure that your diff locks is basically it. Find the way that works with your budget, with your resources, and lock that differential. Your handbrake should, dude. Yeah, the diff that was in my Corolla was worth $2,000. So, the diff that is in my FRS right now, or BRZ, I have an FRZ right now. It cost $150 for a spool. Pretty consistent. It costs a little bit more because I had to design my own spool and all this garbage, but that's a whole separate story. Handbrakes. We want to come on to the topic of handbrakes. I want to bring handbrakes into the conversation. I fucking hate handbrakes. I'm going to tell you right now, if I see you using a handbrake for every drift, I'm going to come over and slap your hand. I'm going to break your fingers like an Italian mafia boss. But but it is an important tool, and I use it sometimes, and I find in my FRZ I need to use it sometimes. It's a crutch. It is something to rescue you. It is something to help you out if you are having a problem. And it's a really good way to rescue a drift that's gone strange or gone awry. So make sure that your handbrake does work. And what I mean by handbrake works is that it doesn't just hold your car on a hill. Usually that's just one of your wheels working. It actually locks both wheels. Having a welded differential, it makes handbrakes work better because if one side pulls harder than the other, because the axles are connected, it ends up both wheels lock up really good. So make sure your handbrake works well, and having that locking differential is going to help that out as well. That handbrake falls under good maintenance, but I see a lot of people ignore it where the handbrake just doesn't work. And so make sure it works. Now we're going to get to point number 4. I have some questions on the screen here about prepping your car for drifting. The question that we have in the center here is which of these tires works on a 60 horsepower car and which one of these tires works on a 1,000 horsepower car. So we've got the two tires here. I've got a really skinny tire and I've got a really big tire. And I want to introduce to you a very important topic of car prep. This is a topic that you might not hear of other places, and not many people talk about this, and I don't know why people don't talk about this. It is called power to grip ratio. If you're making a note, that's the note you should be making for this. Otherwise, put it underneath good maintenance. Good maintenance comes first, but I want to talk about power to grip ratio. Yeah. Now I know these are drag car tires. I use this as an extreme example, Serge. When I'm tight tandem, should you rely on your handbrake to correct your line on somebody else's door or use your throttle? That's a great question. Good question, Brett. You can use the handbrake. That's okay. The handbrake is a tool to be used. I don't mind you using it. If you need a handbrake to initiate every drift, if you need a handbrake to transition every slide, then there's a problem. If you're using the handbrake to micromanage tandem, fuck yeah, that's awesome. Just know that if you ever switch sides, let's say you get a sponsorship, you get sent to another country, and then you've got the steering wheel on the other side, being addicted to the handbrake is going to be really hard to transition to the other side. Using the handbrake at appropriate times is just fine. Okay, I've got some answers on the tires. I have one answer says the small tire, the small tire here should be used for the 60 horsepower car, and the big tire should be used for the 1000 horsepower car. That makes sense. Your power needs to be balanced to your grip. If you have too much grip and not enough power, the car cannot drift. It will always snap straight, and you will have trouble even getting the car to slide out. But the inverse is a problem as well. If you have 1,000 horsepower in your car and you have the tiniest, skinniest little shitty bicycle tires in the back of the car, then every little touch of the gas pedal is going to cause you to spin out. You have too much power for the amount of grip. So if your car can maintain a long slide without a lot of effort or lots of clutch kicks or working the steering wheel really hard, then you know that your power and grip are balanced. You really want to balance those powers and grip. There are ways to adjust your grip. You can increase your tire pressure. You can put more tire pressure in to make the tire slipperier. A lot of professional drivers bring the tire pressures really far down and they get lots of grip out of them. A couple of ways to know your grip is, one, the width of the tire, how wide it is. The wider the tire gets, the more tire is touching the ground. The more tire is touching the ground, well, the more grip it has. So that's one way. The other thing, and a little bit more important, is the tire compound. If you show up with a racing compound tire on your 60 horsepower car, it doesn't matter how wide the tire is, you're just not going to spin that. So if you're first learning to drift, you want to try a slippery tire to start with. You want the back to step out very easily, but later on, you're going to want to go to a more grippy tire. So starting with a narrower tire with a higher pressure, and using an economy tire, not a racing tire, but an economy tire, will not only get you longer life out of the tire because it's closer to a hockey puck and less like a silicone oven mitt, if that makes sense. The closer it gets to the silicone oven mitt, the more it's going to wear out, the quicker it's going to wear out. Then the closer it gets to a hockey puck, the longer it's going to last. So you want to find the appropriate tire for your car. A used tire is fine. That's okay. Just know that you're going to burn through used tires faster. They wear out quicker. They often have either less rubber on them or they're just old and dried out. But make sure that your power to grip ratio is balanced. Okay, put that down on your note. A good way to measure that is if you're trying to do donuts and your car is planted, you've got that gas pedal planted and you're having trouble spinning those back tires, then you know there's too much grip on the back. Or it just feels really fast. You just feel like you have to keep it planted. Well, then you know your power to grip ratio is still not balanced. If you feel like you can use the middle of the gas pedal and keep the car sliding, then you know you're balanced. If you can only use a tiny little bit of the gas pedal, if you can only just blip the gas pedal, like it feels like you're sliding in the snow and you only have to do little blips, then your power to grip ratio is not balanced. And so you want to find that point where you can be in the middle of the throttle and just add a little bit if you need more, take back a little bit if you need less, so you have that room for control. One more question. This is an advanced question. You don't have to answer this question, but I like this question. This is a unique thing that I never thought I would see, and then one day somebody showed up with this problem. On the bottom, you'll see which one of these tires of your will get your car more torque. And we're going to see a couple tires on the side here. We have a very tall tire. We have a medium height tire, and we have a very short tire. You can tell by the heights of the tire. One is very much taller or a larger diameter. One's a medium diameter and one's a small diameter. Which one of these tires will make your engine read more torque on a dyno? And you're like, that's a thing? Totally a thing. I'm so animated, and my voice is absolutely destroyed from like streaming all year that I'm having trouble, but we're doing it. Aiden Stewart says the one on the right-hand side will give you more torque. The smallest diameter one. Faded Asian says the tire with the biggest diameter will give it the most torque. Kel says the smallest one will give it the more torque. Somebody is right here. Somebody is correct. Somebody's wrong. The diameter of your tire equals how much acceleration you have and how little top speed you have. Top speed and acceleration are sort of an exchange. When I change the gear ratios in my car, I'm either giving the car a higher top speed or I'm giving the car more acceleration. More acceleration means it has more torque. Torque is, well, horsepower is multiplication of torque over time and blah, blah, blah. That doesn't matter. The smaller the diameter of the wheel is, the more torque your engine delivers. So if you're having trouble trying to spin your tires, if you're given the clutch kick and it's like, you may have a tire that's too tall for the car as well. Hey, Fraxness, welcome. You want to have the tire that's an appropriate height. If you're learning to drift, having a very short tire is also going to make the car feel a little bit peppier. This was not a problem for most people with 240s. 240s are fucking cheater cars. Like, they're so easy to drift. And to be fair, people with BMW E36s, Quentin Erickson, are cheater chassis. They're cars that are really easy to drift. But when I started in Corollas, man, like most of the Corollas I was drifting didn't even have 4 AGs. They had 4 ACs, so they had only 60 horsepower. I actually had to make these choices. I had to find the skinniest and shortest tire to make the car have more horsepower. So that might be something that you may run into. Just a neat point. I want to talk a little bit about controlling the drift. So we talked about like the setup, like how fast to come in. If you come in too slow, the car won't make it all the way around the corner. If you come in too fast, the car is going to spin off the end of the corner. If you set up in the wrong position, yeah, you're going to have a bad time. We talked a little bit about initiation using that clutch kick. Some of you are familiar with the handbrake initiation where you pull the handbrake. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about the control moment. So let's watch a little bit of a video here. Oh, I had the music turned off? Oh, man, I'm sorry. That music going. So here's a car drifting around the corner. Now, a couple things that are important to note is that this person's on the gas pedal. They're using the gas pedal to push the car through the corner. The car will only push forwards if you're using the gas pedal to push it forwards. I also want you to pay attention to the front wheels. Now, before we even get into this, here is a top tip time. A moment. Top tip. Top tip. When you are doing any sort of performance driving, whether it's drifting or grip racing or drag racing or whatever the case may be, nothing really matters other than what the tires are doing. So when you watch this clip, like, ignore the livery, the cage, even the brand of car. Ignore that shit and just watch what the tires are doing. Where are the tires pointed? What are they doing? So you'll see the back wheels are pushing the car forwards, and the front wheels, well, they're directing where the car needs to go. They're pointed to the exit of the corner. It's important, yeah, to like countersteer to where you want to be and allow the car to track that way. And then you can use that gas pedal to push it out to there. What are the rear wheels doing? Well, they're spinning faster than the road is. They're accelerating. But rear tires, when you're drifting, don't lose 100% grip. I have some grandpas that come up, I know about drifting. You got to put donuts in the back of your car and then you spin out a bunch. You're like, that's not drifting. Drifting is the car is tracking forwards. It's moving ahead. It's a balance of forces. Check it out. It's a balance of forces. The momentum is trying to pull the car off the road. An object in motion tends to stay in motion. But the push of the rear tires is pushing the car to arc in. And you can see this push is angled in. And if we continue and follow the drift, it's still angled in. So you want to balance these forces out. You want to balance the momentum of the car. I know there was somebody in our chat that was asking me about continuing a drift, how they were having trouble like running too shallow in a drift. And that meant to me that those forces weren't balanced, that they didn't have either enough momentum or enough gas pedal to push them to the exit. And so you need both. You need to balance those two out. Part of it's the counter steering as well. You'll see the counter steer is like further around the course. So there's essentially three things that you're managing there. So yeah, you want to use that gas pedal to really push the car to where you want it to go. Again, take a look at the wheels. Watch the wheels of the car. The wheels are pointed to where the car needs to be next. So you can see the counter steer, and they're using the gas pedal to push the car forwards. Anytime that you let off the gas pedal, the car wants to grip up. It wants those tires to gather the road again. And that means that you're not continuing that momentum. Every time you grip up, the momentum is sort of eaten, and yeah, that's no good. So you want to maintain that throttle. It's scary at first when you drift your very first corner to stay on the gas pedal, but that's really what you're driving the car mostly with the gas pedal. Hold up. Take a look at me. Look me in the eyes here and just acknowledge that most of the drifting is done using the gas pedal to drive the car, not the steering. If you overwork the steering, you're going to have a bad time. There is some steering work to do, and there's some clutch work to do, and there's some handbrake work to do. There's some shifting gears, but most of it is using the gas pedal at the right time and the right amount, and timing it, that timing and rhythm. Here's a car here using a handbrake initiation. You can see the back end is... I can't... For those of you in our Facebook chat, there's a man named Barry Boatwright. You can add him onto Facebook. He just sent me a message saying, I can't look you in the eyes because my pants get tight. You'll find him on the Facebook there. You'll find his profile under that name. So, sorry, let's get back to our drifting here. You'll see this, watch the back wheels. You'll see them spinning. They're spinning, and handbrake. This person is using a handbrake to drag the car out. At this point, the rear wheels are going slower than the road. We haven't even talked about that yet tonight. The idea that there are acceleration type drifts and deceleration type drifts. Acceleration type drifts means the rear tires are going faster than the road. We know that a car slides because it lost traction in the back. Most of the time you're using the gas pedal to make the tires go faster than the road. So the road's maybe going under the tire at, I don't know, 60 kilometers an hour, but the tires are doing 120. That's an acceleration type drift. But here is an example of somebody doing a deceleration type drift. Check it out. They're dragging the handbrake and the wheels are going slower than the road. The road is still passing underneath them at 60 kilometers an hour, but the wheels are going 0. So the question was, why did the wheels stop? Well, they stopped because they pulled the handbrake. There are reasons to use the handbrake, and the handbrake can be a good tool. This person's using this to drag themselves down further. So if they stay on the gas pedal, they're going to end up arcing shallow here. They're going to end up closer to this section of the track. So they're using the handbrake, and watch the front wheels. They're counter steering the car even more than usual, further over here, to drag the car out further, and then they get back on the gas. Oh, Dad, do we have to have a talk? Do we have to have the power slide talk? We have to have the power slide talk, don't we? So that was a handbrake drag there of just something I want to talk about. You don't have to worry about too much for our drift school. But it's just something to introduce, that they're using the parking brake to drag themselves out and manage the slide. That's part of the control moment. They're using the handbrake in the control moment. Again, we can see another car in that control moment. They're using the gas pedal. They're using the steering to control where the car is going. They're part of Team Torden, apparently. We'll have the power slide talk in just a second once we're done this video. here is a person, and this is a pretty advanced technique. This person's using a technique, an initiation technique called shift lock. Shift lock. Oh, by the way, Knives, if you want to gather Dad or make a clip of this for Dad, I'm about to have the power slide talk. This person is using a technique called shift lock, where you're in third gear, you shift down to second, and you do not rev match on purpose. They release the clutch, and because the engine is going too slow for the speed that the road is moving underneath the car, it actually causes the rear brakes to lock up, and the car will slide. This is just a shift lock. I just wanted to talk about it because that's a thing. Let's ooh. We have a transition video. I forgot there's a transition in this. So the rear wheels don't always ever stop sliding. They're staying on the gas, but they do let off the gas for a little second. Shift locking, surprisingly, is actually really nice to the car. It is far less rough to the car than like clutch kicking, if that makes sense. It's still hard on the car, but it's less hard than you think it is. Shift locking is... So I had to do shift... I was driving a bunch of Porsches at one of the racetracks that I was teaching at, and they just had electronic handbrakes. You couldn't drag the handbrake, and they were also like paddle shift, but they were a manual transmission that were controlled electronically, so there was no clutch pedal. But one of the things I would do was, the PDKs. I was doing shift locks with PDKs. So we'd turn off all the traction controls, rush up to the corner in third gear. Then if you timed the downshift and letting off the gas pedal at the right time, it would shift lock the cars. It was fun. And we were drifting there's some Caymans around corners. It was a thing. Okay. We're gonna have the power slide. Okay, so clutch kicks won't destroy your clutch. I want to talk. Let's talk about that before we even get, because I want to answer that. That's more important than our power slide talk. Frig a duck. I don't have anything circular here. If you're at home, grab a frisbee. Doesn't matter. Imagine a bicycle wheel. You spin that bicycle wheel with your hand, and you want to slow that bicycle wheel down. What hurts your hand less? Dragging it slowly on the bicycle wheel to gradually slow the tire down, or just grabbing it and stopping it? What hurts your hand less? And Barry is correct. Your car is already moving, so it's not that hard on the car. When you dump a clutch at trying to launch it at a you just bought your Corvette C8. You managed to get the manual transmission in it. You're trying to show off to everybody, and you dump the clutch at the light, and it jumps the transmission out. Yeah, that makes sense. But clutch kicking, the car is moving. So, but when you spin a bicycle tire and you drag your fingers on that bicycle tire, it creates heat. And that's what hurts your fingers, that friction. That friction causes heat, and it burns the tip of your fingertips. And that's what's kind of hot. Now, if you were to just slap that your hands closed, because you're spending less time creating friction along your hands, you end up creating less heat. And so you don't actually wear out your hands as much. The same is true with a clutch. The longer and the softer you are with the clutch, the more likely you're going to wear out or burn that clutch. And the hotter that clutch gets, the more likely it's going to explode or separate inside your trans tunnel. Now, your car probably does not. A C6 vet guy, that's such a good video. Holy shit. If you don't know the video, look out clutch burnout. The guy's, it's amazing. Anyways, it's so fucking cringy. Anyways, you really want to be rude to that clutch. You want to let it off. Anytime that you slip the clutch, one, you're not shocking the tires, so you're not actually getting the car to start drifting, because you didn't actually send a sudden hit of power to your tires. But two, you just put a bunch of heat in the clutch, and you're gonna burn it out more. The video so you can smell it. Oof. Oh, clutch smell. Not a good smell. It's so gross. Did you know that there's a lot of horsehair in clutches, and that's why they stink. It's gross. You're burning hair, basically. And burnt hair, it's the same smell. It's the burnt hair smell. If you don't know what that smell is like, right now, go turn on the gas on your barbecue, and then we'll go light it later. You just keep the lid closed, leave the gas on for about an hour, then later on you can light it up. Yeah, the burnt clutch smell. Keegan did it probably the worst in our chat. He burned his clutch out one day, and I was walking down the street like an hour later, and it was like, oh my god, it was so bad. So just let go of the clutch. Let it grab. Let it do its job. Let the springs actually grab there. You're doing far less damage to the car. Okay, power slide talk. We're getting distracted, and I'm okay with that because this is the moment that you need to clip for dad, and you can send a clip. What the hell is the difference between a drift and a power slide? Well, a power slide starts halfway through a corner. It doesn't start before the corner. A drift starts at the start of a corner. Before you even get to the corner, you are already sliding in a drift. A power slide is you push on the gas halfway through the corner and the tail comes out. We have a video example of a power slide somewhere here. There we go. So you're going to see this car. It's gripping the first half, and then the back steps out at the end. That's not truly a drift. That's a power slide. And that means you're using too much gas. You're using too much gas pedal during a corner when you're trying to grip race, and you're overworking the rear tires, and the back steps out. So that's a power slide. What's a drift then? Well, a drift is when the car is sliding before a corner. You're already drifting before you even get into the corner. You'll see a lot of cars that come in really fast down the road, a handbrake or clutch kick, or they do a flick. They like weight the car, what's called a Scandinavian Flick. They turn away from the corner and then they turn into it and the car starts to slide. Either way, the car is sliding before a corner. And so, yeah, we'll have the car already sliding, and it slides the entire way through the corner. So a lot of old guys who were into like muscle cars and like steering boxes and bias ply tires, they'll be like, oh man, we used to drift all the time. And like, no man, like that was it's not drifting. Is power sliding a great way to learn drifting? Fuck yes. And a lot of people who do grip style racing with the rear wheel drive cars, they will already know that control point where you got to stay on the gas, counter steer, and exit the corner. But a power slide is not a drift. They are different. So you can clip that, send that to mom, send that to dad. Yeah. How do I get into drifting? Get a dang car. Get a dang rear wheel drive car. Get some spare tires and a tool set. Come out to events and have a good attitude. I can't stress enough, have a good attitude. I do want to say that you are invited. You are welcome to be here. If you like drifting, we like you. I have to read that out loud because it's so important that you feel welcome. I do have a call out, actually. If you're in our chat right now, if you're listening to this, if you're watching pornography on the screen, or you're playing Pokemon Go on your phone and listening to me in the background, I just need you to say hi in chat. If that makes sense. Tell me your first name, give me a hi, and just know that you're welcome to be here, if that makes sense. All of the people that are in chat, both on our Facebook and on our Twitch, are here on a Sunday night because, well, they're here on a Sunday night. They want to be here. Some of these people do virtual drifting. They drift like video game cars. Some of them want to drift real life cars. All of the stuff that we're talking about applies to both of them. Ben Glasson. Hi, Ben. We got Daryl Downey. We got Nicorus in here. We got Lily Sand. Ryan's here as well. Mr. Hickey. We got Keegan. We got Mocha Industries. We got Barry. We got Lizzie. Hi. I'm glad you guys are all here. Just know that you're welcome to be here. Let's talk a little bit more. The most important question for tonight. How do I win at drifting? I used to play a video game that was just an open world game. There's no reason to be in the game. And I remember being a liaison in that game, and somebody came in and like, oh man, I just got the game. How do I win? You're like, you can't win the game. It's like going into an online, it's like kind of going into an online game of GTA 5. You've already beat the story mode, and you're just standing there in the online mode. You can't win. There's nothing to win. It's just infinite. You just get to exist. Drifting is a fun activity. That's all it is. Some people call it a motorsport. I really don't think it's a motorsport. I think it is a fun activity to do with your friends. There are different styles of drifting. There's competition style drifting. There's friendship style drifting. There's just enjoying the art and the motion and the beauty of sliding a car around, which is kind of like similar to dance, if that makes sense. Either way, you should feel welcome to be hanging out, and just know that the only way to win at drifting is just to have fun. And we know from earlier that the only rule about drifting is that your fun shouldn't ruin somebody else's fun. If you don't have that in your notes, please add that in your notes. There's a couple paths to success in drifting. Some people want to get good at drifting, and there's different ways to interpret good. But the way that's most common is that people get noticed, you get recognized, people recognize you. I like all the chat things, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you in return. And there was a follow in there and a couple like yeah, that's awesome. But there are a couple paths to success. Generally, people who determine their success are determined by how much they get noticed or how many people notice them. There was a raid. Oh my God. Thank you for the raid. I have all the things turned off. So if you raided me, thank you so much, by the way. You should be taking notes as well, by the way. And if you missed some of the start of this, you can go back and count how many times I touched my nose, because something is wrong with my nose tonight. Okay. But you can go back and watch this a little bit later. I'll leave the VOD up on our Twitch. I'll leave the Facebook one up. And I think I'll upload this to YouTube as well if you want to come back to it. Anyways. Couple paths to success. Most people determine their success in drifting basically kind of by how much they get noticed. We live in an Instagram culture. That is normal. And there's a couple different paths to be successful. You have two paths, and you need both paths to be good or to be considered good. You need to drive good, and you need to look good doing it. And so I don't care about the look good path. Now, some of my cars have been cool as shit, but that's been secondary to making sure that the cars drive well. I always make sure my cars drive well, drive well first, and then I make them look kind of neat. Other people do it the other way around. Sometimes they will try to make their car look really, really cool, and then they will try to learn how to drive good. It's not my choice to tell you which is better. I think it's not my job to tell you which is better. I know which way I like it. I like to drive good first and then look good. Some people want to do it the other way around. Either way, you're going to need both to be successful. I am not I know I drive well. I know I'm very good at it. I have some examples of driving really well, but I don't always look the best at it. And so I don't get a lot of attention, and that's okay. I'm enjoying driving the car, and I really like the feeling of drifting and sliding around. But some people do want the attention as well, and so you want to do both. In order to get recognized and noticed, you kind of need to do both. So whichever approach you take, just make sure that you are achieving both. Yeah. I don't know if other people need a break. I actually don't need a break. I had put this in here assuming I needed a break. I don't need one. So if you need a break, you can do a break. I actually don't know. I changed these slides so last minute. I don't know what the next slide is. I'm just sort of seeing the slide and talking about what we're talking about. But yeah. I don't need a break. So if you guys don't need a break, that's okay. I'm going to keep chatting. I do want to do a quiz though. We said at the start of this chat that we were going to do a quiz. We're going to do a quiz. So let's do this. My first question, and this is probably the most important question, especially for some of those that you tuned in later. This is going to help you sort of catch up. I need to know what the four parts of a drift are. And I'm not going to say it. I'm going to wait for like 7 people in chat to tell me what all 4 parts of a drift are. So I need you in chat to tell me what all 4 parts of a drift are. I got 2 replies that are correct. Oh, I got a bunch of replies that are correct. Yeah, that's our 7. Can we get any more? That was quick, by the way. Nice job, guys. Yeah, we got that setup. We have the initiation, we have the control, and the exit. If you are ever wanting to chat to somebody about how your drifting is going, you can break it into those parts. I felt like I came in fast enough. I felt like I came in too slow. I felt like I wasn't over far enough, or I didn't give myself enough room. That's that setup. We have the initiation. I clutch kicked. I got the back end out. Or I used the handbrake and I started to slow down, but I got the back wheels sliding. I used that Scandinavian Flick and I flicked the car into a drift. I shift locked the car. I was in 3rd gear. I was coming from a faster corner into a slower corner, so I shift locked the car down into that corner. That initiation is that second part. Drive fast, look cool, power slide, don't spin. I mean, yes. So that initiation is the second part. We need the first part to work well, though. We need that setup to go well. So we need the right speed, the right momentum to head in. We need that initiation to be crisp and hard and aggressive. We want that back wheel to slide. Then we're into the moment of beauty, that control point. That part 3 is controlling where the car goes, using the gas pedal to drive your car where you need it to go, balancing that throttle, and using that counter steer to direct you where you want to go. The part that a lot of people ignore is the exit. They panic. They chop the throttle. They just suddenly lift off the gas, and that causes the car to snap. Being smooth in that exit, being patient with that exit, and not panicking will give you the best results with the exit. A proper exit, and you'll actually watch this in some of the like old D1s when they were judging in the early days of D1. They weren't looking for like somebody to just grip up and straighten out. They were looking for somebody to like slide out of the and grip into the next. And so yeah, we want that smoothness. Cool. Keegan is already answering the next question. But when setting up a drift car, what is the power to grip ratio, guys? I need a couple answers in chat here. I know I'm going to have... we have a question. I know I'm going to have an issue with transitioning the next time out, basically the first time trying to link corners. Yeah, you're going to make mistakes with it. You're going to have to find the right timing and rhythm. You're going to have to find the right time to like let go of the steering wheel so it can transition or counter steer the other direction. And you're gonna have to find that right time to get back on the gas. You're going to fuck it up. It's okay. It's okay to fuck up. Hear me now. It's okay to fuck up, but fuck up safe. Don't fuck up into a wall. Don't fuck up into another car. Find a safe place to fuck up. I don't mind you fucking up. Cool. So what is the power to grip ratio? I've got a couple answers here. What does that mean? What are we trying to balance? What 2 parts of the car are we trying to balance when we talk about power to grip ratio? We're trying to balance one thing with another thing. Keegan got it right. Keegan's in the chat. He got it right. Donato de Trampas, he's got that right in there. If you're ever trying to like think about Lammy's got it right. If you're trying to think about like your car and how it feels, start there. If you're out drifting, you're like, man, it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like I have enough power, or it doesn't feel like I have enough grip. Knives has got that. Torque and tires, that works as well. Those are all good answers. I have an important question then. This is an advanced question. Big shout out to anybody that gets this right, by the way. Let's say that you feel you don't have enough power to the amount of grip that you have. You feel like your car does not make enough horsepower. and you have too much grip, the car just won't slide. No matter how hard your clutch kicks are, no matter how much momentum you're throwing that car at, the car just keeps gripping up. You have two options. You can either add horsepower or you can reduce grip. What is the better path to go if you're having that problem? Should I add horsepower? Should I reduce grip? What would be the more cost-effective, the easier way to do it, and the better way overall? Yeah, reduce grip. Every time you add horsepower, for every horsepower that you add to the car, you add $100 of cost operation. It is so expensive to add horsepower to a car, and it's so cheap to reduce grip. You can run a stiffer spring. You can run a more aggressive rear sway bar. For most people, it is just adding tire pressure to the back of the car so the tires are slipperier. Most people, when they first start learning to drift, they learn to drift on what I would consider a very slippery setup. The car is very easy to slide around. And some drivers, I know Liam is a guy who loves a slippery setup. He loves that the car just is slow and slippery. Absolutely loves it. Starting with a slippery setup is probably the best way to get used to the feeling of drifting. The idea that the car initiates and it starts to slide, and then you got to control that slide. And all of that happens at a slower speed because you have less grip. The car's not needing to go faster. It doesn't need more momentum to cause it to slide. And so it's a really good way to get into drifting is to have a slippery setup. Eventually, though, at some point in your life, the slippery setup will get in the way. But you have to get to that point. A note I might want you to make here is that you have to outdrive the car before you upgrade it. So a good example is we were looking earlier at a yellow drift wagon I had. I had a yellow wagon. It was called Lemonade. And there was a drift event where I started doing 360 entries. I got bored. I was bored of driving. I was like, I can get it right out on the wall. I can get it right up to the curb. I can do big crazy backwards entries and recover them. I started getting bored in the car because I felt like I wasn't challenged by the car. I started doing 360 entries. That was fun. And then I started doing 720 entries. And I don't think there's other videos of people doing 720 entries. At that point, I realized that it was time to go to something bigger. I had outdriven the car. Only start upgrading the power and the grip when the car is holding you back. If you don't have the control to put the car exactly where you want it, then don't add horsepower, if that makes sense. It's a waste of your money, it's a waste of your time, and you could be out driving. So that's kind of where you want to go. You want to reduce grip and then work up to grip, if that makes sense. Let's get on to our next question. What chooses the direction of the drift? What tells the car where it's going to go? And this is a question about the third part of a drift, the control point of a drift. What chooses where the car wants to go? You want to see 720 entry? We'll have to dig up the video. It's out there. So I've got one answer for this question. What chooses the direction of the drift, where the car is going? I got two answers to this. Ooh, I have a third answer, and we're now, yes, I'm gonna tip my rock star to you, Brett Irvine. High score. It's the throttle and where the front wheels are pointed. Your front wheels need to be pointed to where you want the car to go to, and you've got to use the throttle to drive that. Oh, Barry! Oh, Barry has brought up such an important point. Oh, let's do it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. what is this driver doing correctly? Now, here's a side note for those of you who are suspension nerds. This guy and his dad worked out very hard to figure out the problem with caster with his truck, and their solution, the cheapest solution, was to lower the back of the truck and raise the front of the truck to get more caster. It is Jared Hassanen, and he is a very talented man, and I'm very happy with him. He's got a very good support system from his father. They teamwork very well. But this was a super smart solution, is to raise the front of the truck and lower the back, and improved caster. But that is not our question. Our question is, what is this driver doing really well? And I've got 2 really good answers in our chat. I got 3 really good answers. Mr. Rimmer is here. Welcome, Matthew. Dude, this is this caster solution was amazing. It was an amazing solution. I'd never seen somebody do that before. So good. It also helped balance the weight of the car out as well, because the trucks are usually like 60-40, so this made it like 55-45. So fuck yeah. Yeah, it's looking where you want to go. If you stare at something you don't want to hit, then you end up hitting it. Like if you're staring at it like, oh shit, I hit that thing. But if you take note of it and look to where around it, then yeah, you can sort of choose where you want the car to go. From an emotional and from a brain standpoint, and this applies not just to drifting. This applies to any performance driving that you ever do, or snowboarding or skateboarding, or basically soccer. If you hyper focus on the thing that scares you, then you don't give your brain any information other than that. You will always go to that thing that you didn't want to hit. So you need to search for other information. You need to say, hey, I see the curb, but there's all this beautiful space beside it. I'm going to focus on the beautiful space. One of the hardest things to ever do when learning any of these things, whether it's drifting or not, is to catch yourself doing that and to make that change. Yeah. Yeah, it was 56-44. Hell yeah, I'm good at guessing. Hell yeah. So yeah, look where you want to go. So good job. Shout out to Jared. Oh, he's in the chat. Everybody tag at Urgerd. Just give him a thumbs up, high five, thumbs up. High five, thumbs up. So yeah, you really want to look where you want to go. Point the steering wheel to there, and maintain throttle. I guess that last question then is kind of obvious. Then what pushes the drift forwards? At Early Nights Drift Team. That's funny. I still prefer the name Goon Style. I'm sorry, it was great. So what pushes the drift forwards? What keeps the car like continuing pushing forwards? We were talking a little bit earlier about the feeling of when you need to countersteer, that moment that you need to start countersteering. And when you start to turn in and then the car starts to slide, you feel that steering wheel get light and you want to throw and catch. That throw and catch moment. But an interesting thing, and this is a sensation that if you ever do it for the first time, if you ever get a donut going really well for the first time, you ever get a drift for going well for the first time, you will feel it, and it's a very unique feeling. It'll push you in the back. It'll actually feel like you're pushing forwards from your lower back. If the drift is going well, it feels like you're doing a drag race, like you're getting pushed from behind and the car's going forwards. It's not an aggressive force like a drag car, but it's the same feeling that something in your lower back is pushing you forwards. And so what pushes you forwards is the gas pedal. You want to use that gas pedal to keep the car going ahead. We were talking about it a little bit before when we had our balance forces. The car has momentum. The car is moving forwards, but the push comes from the gas pedal. That's where the arc is developed. When you're using that gas pedal, the arc of the drift is caused by that gas pedal. And so you need that push in the back from behind you. So that's what the gas pedal does, is it pushes you forwards. Giving her the beans, says Jade Kenny. That's 100%. Give it the beans. I want to talk. There's a few people. We're at about the 9 o'clock. We're going to go to about 9:30. But I want to talk about our on-track day. This is for our people that are actually coming out to our drift day, our on-track day. And so this is what to expect. We're going to break the day into 2 halves. I think it's a 4-hour session, so we'll probably do 2 hours one half, 2 hours the second half. To make sure that you guys are getting your the correct. Like we want to learn donuts first. We want to learn figure eights of second. And then we have some other skills. We have our full corner drift to learn. And then we have our peanut. Those are the 4 stickers that you want to try to earn on your first ever drift day. The most important one of that is that donut sticker. Getting that donut sticker is so important that you can stack on that. So if you only get a donut sticker, feel so congratulated that you got it, because that's a sticker. Now, I've had people try to buy these stickers like, hey Quinn, I really like those stickers. I think they look really cool. You cannot buy them. You have to fucking earn them. So earn as many as you can. On our track days, we're going to start out, our first half of the day is going to be the core skills, the basic skills. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Lammy. I appreciate it. And I will reach out to you more about BRZ stuff. On our core skills, our core skills is going to be the first half of our day. We're going to work on donuts and figures of 8. You'll see some stations. There'll be 4 stations here with 2 cones at each station. You just have to do donuts around one of the cones. These green circles just show where our stations are roughly going to be put out. Once you get that donut sticker, and you get to learn at your own pace, if that makes sense. You don't have to learn at everybody else's pace. It's not like everybody graduates at the same time. Some people go out for the first time and they're like, oh man, donuts are easy. Awesome, they get it done. Some people come back two different track days. I've had a couple people who didn't get their donut sticker on the first day, and it doesn't feel good, but also you just have to keep working at it and you'll eventually get it. It's okay. It's normal. Sometimes it's you, sometimes it's a car, a couple things. Can I buy the stickers and then and fake that I can drift? No. And if I see you, I will burn your car to the ground if I don't feel like you have earned the stickers. I will stop in traffic and I will burn your car. It's so important that these stickers have a value or a weight to them. So anyways, you'll learn your donut first, and then once you get that donut sticker, you can move on to figures of 8. You can learn at your pace. You can try at your pace. You're not meant to be, it's not competitive. You are versus you and you only. The second half of our date, come out. Let's have a date, all of us at the track. One big date. Second half of your day is going to be some bigger skills. So for the people that have got their donut and their figure of 8, we'll add in what's called the full corner drift. So this is a traditional drift. Most of these donuts and figures of 8 will only be done in first gear. In most cars, it's going to be only in first gear. On the second half of the day, we'll work on some bigger skills. These are still learner skills, but we'll get into what's called a second gear corner. So you're going to need second gear to drift around this corner. You'll need first gear to drift around this cone, and then you get to drift back around the corner in second gear. This will earn you your full corner drift, and you'll have to apply those 4 parts of the drift: the setup, the initiation, the control, and you're going to spend a lot of more time in the control. You can be a lot faster, and then you need that smooth exit. I will stress that if you are on our track day and you're doing some of our bigger skills, you don't have to connect the cone at the end. You can drift the corner, grip up, reset, slide around the cone, grip up, reset, and then set up on the next one. You don't have to do it all as one. I have some people like, oh man, I have to. No, you don't have to do that. If you can, that's sick, but not required at all. And there's no extra sticker that you'll get for that. You just want to focus on drifting the whole corner. For those people that want the opportunity to earn their peanut sticker, we'll have the peanut open. The peanut is a special part of the track that is, peanut shaped. If you can maintain, and this is where you want to keep the car drifting. If you can keep the car drifting around the peanut, whether it's in a peanut shape where you do sort of like the outside of like the letter 8, is it's around the peanut, you drift around the corner, you wiggle, you drift around the corner, you wiggle, you drift around the corner. It's going to be some transitions, and that's a little bit trickier, but you'll take your figure of 8 skills and you'll put them together to get that transition there. You can earn your peanut sticker as well. For those of people who are still on the donuts and figures of 8, well, the station will still be open. You can still be working towards that. If you're on the second half for a day and you're still working on donuts, you're still working on figure 8s, that's totally okay. Our instructor will be still hanging out there with you, helping you learn those donuts and figures of 8. Okay, I am ready, and I don't know if you are ready, but we're at the point of our chat. We have now reached 9 p.m., and the timing's pretty good here. If you've been hanging out with us, you don't have to hang out with us anymore. You can heck off. If you want to ask questions, you can ask questions. I do want to say thank you for hanging out with us. We'll get to that first. Thank you very much for hanging out with us. I'm super excited about that you came out and you hung out with me, that you stuck with me for 2.5 hours talking about drifting. If you have more questions, you can contact the Capital Drift. You can check out my website at speedhero.ca. There's like a Drift School tab on there. There's a Drift School tab on Capital Drift. I wrote both of them. If you want to send me messages on Instagram because you're like less than 35, then you can send me that. If you're over 35, you can send me an email. That's okay. Those are there. You can do that. But I want to open it up to open questions. Da-da-da. Question from Nicholas is this is the last learning day? This is maybe the last learning day at Western Speedway or West Shore Motorsports Park. There are plans for more drift schools about other in the future at other tracks, so don't panic but it's probably our last one at Western. I'm hoping it's not, but it might be the last one. I did have a question about, I had a statement saying left foot braking. That exists. What's your question? Could you shift lock a CVT that has paddle shifters? There are different styles of CVT, and the answer is maybe, but really unlikely. I'll give you a 15% chance that there is a CVT out there that will gently shift lock, but even then, it's probably not designed for it. So no. Yeah. Matthew Rimmer, can I move freely between stations? In the second half of the day, yes. Even in the first half of the day, if you find one station it happens sometimes that somebody's like, man, I don't feel comfortable on this part of the track, and that part of the track over there feels a bit more comfortable. You can move over to that station. Or sometimes you'll have an instructor that you're like, man, I don't quite get along with this instructor as well as that one. You can move over to that station. In the second half of the day, yeah, there's different skills. So yes, you can move around. So let's say you do the full corner. You're like, this is not a challenge. I want to go do the peanut. You can move over to the peanut. You just can't get in anybody else's way because that breaks our rule of your fun shouldn't ruin somebody else's fun. So if you cut somebody off while they're trying to do their figures of 8, that sucks. You broke that rule. But yeah, you are allowed to move to the stations freely. Did we already touch on simulator skills translating? We haven't touched on that. Assetto Corsa is garbage. I hate it. I fucking hate Assetto. But yeah, spending some time on a simulator, whether it's Assetto Corsa or top tip, Live for Speed is probably better. Or any of the other simulators, just getting used to like counter steering and staying on the gas. That's awesome. That's a great way. Getting used to like initiations and things like that. That's awesome as well. Did the September 24th practice get to move to October 1st? Not that I know of, but I don't really pay attention to the dates that are organized. If that makes sense. I will, for those of you, while we're near the end of our chat. We are near the end of our chat, by the way. I'm going to put this link back in our things. This is our Drift School booklet. Please download and save a copy of this. You're welcome to print it. In the future, I will have fancy printed copies. I actually have a couple here that cost me a lot of money, but those are unfinished versions. This is currently unfinished. Noodle is tuning in way too late. We're near the end of our chat. I don't know. Actually, let's just check I should just say on the drift.ca. So if you're curious, if you're not familiar with our local drifting event, practice looks like it's been moved. Okay. Yeah, there was a 24th, and the website just says the 1st now. So no one's told me But I know Serge, our fearless leader, is in chat here somewhere. So if he can pipe up and give us a yeet yeet, then yes, it has been changed. So yeah. As for the question of left foot braking, don't worry about it. Left foot braking was never a thing until only a couple years ago. Too many people are focused on left foot braking, and it is an advanced technique that if you can't drift the corner without left foot braking, then it's going to be hard to drift the corner with it, if that makes sense. Left foot braking is a control, is like a sub control. Like it is another way to do like micro manage the drift, if that makes sense. If you can't do a macro, fine adjustment knob, we'll call it that. That's a good way of putting that, Faded. And so left foot braking should be later down the road. If you don't have all of our drift school stickers, like our 4 bases, the donut, the figure of 8, the full corner, and the peanut, then you're probably not ready for left foot braking. That being said, let's talk about what it is, because I have questions about it. Left foot braking is a way of moving the weight of the car and changing the pivot point where the car rotates around. And it's a way of doing it really subtly in the middle of a drift. Most professional drifters are using it for wall proximity, not proximity to other drivers. One of the hardest things about North American drifting, and where left foot braking really comes from, is mostly North American like professional drifting, is a lot of the how do I word it? A lot of the formula drift, like a good example is Irwindale, is you're up on bank corners and the car wants to fall down. When you're up on a drift, the car wants to fall down. And in order to move the car up against the wall and get the car, get the proximity, they'll often drag the front brakes with the left foot brake. What that does is it moves the weight back onto the front, and they can actually pitch or change the car a little bit. Left foot braking is really advanced, and there's a lot of ways to make a mistake with it. And most cars, most average cars, most average drift cars are not set up correctly for it. There is a way that you need to balance the brakes on a car. So brake balance, what that means is the amount of pressure that the front tires or the front wheels get on the brakes and the rear wheels get. Professional drift cars and a lot of drift cars in like Assetto Corsa and all that stuff have that slider, that adjustment, but your average everyday car does not have that adjustment. And so if your power to grip ratio is imbalanced, if your skills to get you through the corner are not quite there, then left foot braking, you're not going to notice anything from it. It's so subtle and it's such a specific technique that you have to achieve all these other things before you get there. So don't worry too much about it. It is a way to adjust or move. 60-40, wouldn't 60-40 be good enough for left foot braking? No. The reason being is if you have a 1,000 horsepower car and you have a 325 tire at 10 PSI, then if you have 40% rear brake, you may actually grip the back of the car up. You may actually need to run a 50-50 brake at that point. You may need to run a 70-30. You may need to change that balance relative to the amount of power and grip ratio that you have, but also the situations in which you're using it. It's so complex that it's just, if you need it, there might be a bit of a problem. Left foot braking is nice to do and it's fun to do, but it's something you probably don't need. Yeah, just dial back. Don't worry about it. Worry about your hands. Can we go back? We need to go back. We need to go back. I want to go back to this gentleman. This gentleman is Grant Cozier. This is him drifting at Cap D. This video is from 2010. The year right now is 2021. This video is 11 years old. And I want you to just watch I want to use a word here. I want you to watch the flow. I want you to watch the rhythm, and I want you to watch the timing of this video. I can't stress this video enough. It took me forever to find this. Just watch the flow of this man. It's like dancing. He is dancing with this car. He's chilled in the seat. There's no handbrake. There's no clutch kicks. There's no left foot braking here. It is only the gas pedal and the steering. That's it. There's not a single clutch kick in this whole run. It is all about flow and smoothness, timing, its rhythm. He upshifts. He upshifts the drift, which is hard to do. The reason I use this video is it's so well balanced. The power to the grip of this car is balanced. He doesn't have to fight the car to make it do what he wants to do. It was an upshift and no money shift. Yeah. It's sick. Upshifting. One of the hardest things in drifting to do is to make a tight drift go wider. And he just did that. It's one of the hardest techniques is to make a drift go wider or bigger in diameter. And so he's so smooth. Fun fact, Grant won the first ever Cap D event against 500 horsepower in his SR5 open diff Corolla. Yeah, this man was a talented driver. And a lot of it's like emotions. He's very relaxed in the car. He's chilling. He's enjoying the car. He's not fighting it. He's using the momentum of the car. Where is he now? He got dragged in with the oil money like all the rest of them. The oil money pulled him away. He's a smart man though. He has a rotary Corolla now. He knows. But yeah, the smoothness of this drift, the lack of aggression in this drift, the balance of the car, the lack of need. Literally, he has this cigarette sitting under the handbrake, but because he knows he's not going to use the handbrake. Yeah, he's so talented at it, and it's just such a perfect example of a car where the car is balanced, the driver is balanced, and everything is good. I'm going to turn the sound down a little bit on this. We're just gonna enjoy this again. So upshift there. What cluster is this? Somebody noticed. You get the full wing mirror? Hell yeah. This is an AEA6 with an F20C. So this is one of the earliest Corollas swapped to F20C motor. So I have a question for chat while we're in it. We were talking about smoothness of the steering wheel, and I noticed that he's drifting here. He catches the wheel, and then he turns to the left again. Why did he do that? The reason he did that is he needed to tighten the drift. The angle wasn't enough, and so he was planning his line where he was going. So all he did was turn in a little bit. He turned in a bit, tightened, made the car drift at more of an angle, and went back to countersteering. And that's part of countersteering, is just to add a little bit of angle if he needed it. You'll see him do that a couple times. He's just managing the angle. But the big thing is about the smoothness, and it's about the flow, and it's about the rhythm, and how he's not gripping the wheel. If you're done a drift, if you come back after a session and your just hands hurt, man, you got to relax in the car. You got to sit back in the seat, and you just got to feel. You got to drive the car with the gas pedal. Don't drive the car with the steering wheel. What has he done to the suspension of this car? This car, I think, this doesn't even have cut knuckles. This car has an F20C motor. It has coilovers that aren't blown. It's got a welded diff, and I think it's a power steering knuckle car. So it's got a little bit more angle than stock, but just not a lot. So it's really just that it has like really nice springs and shocks in it for the most part, and a good locking diff. Okay. For those of you who have come, I see the answers. I see the answers. or the questions have sort of died down a little bit. So I'm going to say thank you for coming. I'm going to hang out longer, but if you guys want to leave and finish up for the night, I want to officially say thank you for hanging out with us during our drift school. Our on-track day is on October 3rd. You can read more at thecapitaldrift.ca if you've not signed up. Please check out our tech rules if you're worried about getting your car ready for that day. But I'm going to hang out a little bit longer. If you have more questions, I'd love to chat more drifting. I will chat drifting until 2 a.m. with you if you want. I love chatting drifting. But thank you so much for hanging out with us. You can check out our sponsors, Platform Garage, Daryl's Decal Co., Tire Exchange, not so much Paradigm Auto anymore. Rest in peace. But I thank you guys very much for hanging out with us. I hope I answered all your questions about drifting. And if we go back through our notes really quickly, we had some notes today. We had a good attitude. We had some history of drifting. Here's the things that you need to really get into drifting if you really want it. Rear-wheel drive, good vision, good attitude, strong locking diff, safe place to drift. The 4 parts of a drift. Don't overwork the wheel, gentle with the steering, rude with the throttle. How to clutch kick, how to donut, how to figure 8, what to bring, power to grip ratio, good maintenance, and that you are invited to come drive with us. Thank you very much for hanging out with us. Okay. My voice is blown out. I always blow my voice out. I always get too excited and I just talk really loud. There's a practice this Friday. You wish. October 1st is our practice day. They moved it from the 24th. It's been moved. Check out the website, capitaldrift.ca, for updated times. Yes, I know. Thank you guys for hanging out, by the way. This is super cool. I'm so excited that so many of you came. I saw some new faces today. Seriously, if you want to talk to me more, like if you're like, man, I just didn't get that thing, I will talk to any of you at any time. And I'm not joking. I stayed up. I am working with a Formula D driver right now who's in the pro spec. And I stayed up till 2 a.m. last night just chatting to him about some of the suspension setups in his car. I will fucking always talk to you at any time about drifting. Do not be afraid to talk to me. I heard recently somebody came to the track and they were intimidated, and I'm like, man, even if I don't have time at that moment, I will tell you I don't have time at this moment. I would love to chat to you further later. Always talk. I literally a 37-year-old man who lives in a single room because I just want to talk to people about drifting. That's all I care about. Yeah. So feel free to chat to me more now, even about drifting, or later at these ways of chatting to drifting. Instagram and my email. Just fucking talk to me about drifting. Okay, I'm gonna chill here. I think there's some. Oh, we don't have the music going. We'll get the music back going here. Let's chill. Let's hang out. I don't know what to do now. Make a shirt that says "Just fucking talk to me with drifting." Kinda, I want that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm planning actually going on down. I'm pretty set on going down to the States and helping out with their drift program down there for next month after drift school, but I'm not sure yet. I gotta figure out monies and things like that. Yeah, I'm excited about drift school. One change that I'm going to do this year is I'm having a friend help run the timing of it, because I normally run around and make sure that everybody has all the instructors have their needs met, and I usually don't get to do as much hands-on about like actual driving instruction. So this year I've got somebody to kind of take over that role of general overseer, so I can man a station. Yeah, I'd like more drift school events. There may be a lot up at Saratoga in the future. There might be a more permanent drift school up there. I don't know for sure. Yeah, Landon, come take the picture of the drift school. Hell yeah. Very encouraged. Bring a fanny pack. Strut stuff. What? I don't know that. All of our music today during our videos have been stolen from video games that are about... I don't know if you noticed, but all of them are from famous racing games. So if you're like, I think I know that song, it's probably stolen from some other famous racing game. I put a lot of effort into just hiding that into them. Yeah. Joke from last track stream about Landon and him being... Oh, the fanny pack! Landon's fanny pack shape. Oh my god. Now, I can't hear the music. You guys can. So, these are doing nothing, actually. I'm just doing that to mask all the sounds so I don't get distracted outside of the house. Yeah. But is there any, like, if you're still hanging out with us, thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for hanging out with us as much as you could. If there's any other questions, I'd love to chat. If you have very specific questions, if you have advanced questions, now's the time. I can talk to you kind of more one-on-one if you'd like. Thank you for hanging out. If you are leaving, though, good to see you, Kel. Hopefully, for Kel, if he's just heading out, taking a look a bit more at some of these infographics. Feel free to ask me to send you these infographics just to take a little bit more look at these. These are a little bit older when I used to include a bit more technical aspect of drift school, and I found some people got confused by it at start, so I pulled them out of the course. But some of these may answer some of the questions that you have been forwarding me, so I can send these to you for a bit more review. Yeah, and then you can take another bite of those information. Yeah, Cole. Oh my God. So I was sitting with you. I was gonna sit down and do a run, and then I ended up getting yeah, I'll send them to you in a bit. There, Cal. I ended up having to push that car, and then I had to go back to streaming because I had left Liam there for so long. But I guess Liam came down and sat with you. Cole, an official review of one thing that I saw when I was watching the stream and driving is you were being very aggressive with the steering wheel. You're trying to really make the car drift with the steering wheel, and that's not how it works. You can give the car a little bit of influence with the steering wheel, but you really got to be mean to that gas pedal and that clutch. Drive the car with the gas pedal a bit more. Use the gas pedal to like pitch or steer the car, especially on initiation part of the drift, and then you can use the steering to guide it a little bit, but try not to be so rude to the steering when you're initiating. It's going to make it a little bit easier for you. What would be the alternative to left foot braking in a newer car that overrides the throttle when both throttle and brake pedals are pressed at the same time? That's a pretty advanced question. I remember, Edgy Jake, I think you had an E92, if I remember. Maybe I'm remembering incorrectly. I guess the question I need to ask is, what are you trying to achieve with left foot braking? What are you trying to do with it? Are you trying to tandem really closely? Are you trying to like move the car tighter or wider when you are sliding the car out? What are you trying to achieve with left foot braking? Quick dumb question. Been watching lots of the videos of people drifting NA cars. Would there be slight differences adapting their style to a turbo car, like adjusting how much gas you use to accommodate for keeping boost? Yes, there is a driving style. You will find that the more lag that your car has, the more you have to clutch kick and use the handbrake in order to maintain a drift. And so turbo cars, it's weird to think, but turbo cars are actually shitty for drifting. Superchargers are better for drifting. You really want torque down low in a drift engine. That's why the Nissan 240SX with the KA and the BMWs, like the E36s and E46s, they're motors that focus on low end torque. They don't really have a lot up top. And that's a good way to get the car, like when you press the gas pedal, it gets the wheels spinning, and that range of RPM, so from 0 to, well, let's say 8,000 in most average cars, that's your wheel speed control. And the less area that power band exists, the the peakier or the harder the car is to keep in drift. The more knife-edged we'll call the drifting. You have to work really hard to keep it in that drift. And so turbos are actually shitty for drifting. They add power, but they sort of add it at the wrong part of the torque curve. That's why you'll see even at the most recent Formula D, they were talking about how so many cars are using nitrous. And they're using nitrous to fill in the areas where the turbo is not working hard. They joke about saying it's spooling the turbo, but really they're just adding torque where the torque isn't multiplied yet. Turbos are a torque multiplier, but they have a lag to them. And even on the really nice fancy setups, they have a lag. And so the most professional teams, actually, if you look at the Ford team of like Denofa and Von Gittin, they don't have superchargers or turbos. It's a V8 with nitrous. And so getting that long, smooth torque curve gives you more control of the car. And so, yeah, you do have to adjust your driving style to fit a turbocharger. Yeah. Coming back to Jake's question, making the car turn in a little bit sharply. We're talking about like performance, like grip racing. You're talking about a thing called trail braking, and trail braking is when you are on the brake pedal. You are slowing the car down in a straight line. You always want to brake in a straight line. And trail braking is overlaying the initiation of the turn. Now, this is not a drift thing, but you need to fade. When you go to start to turn the steering wheel, you need to release the brake pedal a little bit. Randy Probst, the famous racing driver, he uses a little bit. We're talking like 5%, 10% of the brake pedal on just that initial turn in, to have the weight on the front wheels to get it to turn in. And so you can use the left foot to do that if your car is an automatic or a paddle shift or a clutchless shift. You can use a little bit of the left foot brake just to get that initial turn in. Yeah, that is a thing, but it's really gentle. It's like just like 5% of the brake pedal. It's really subtle. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. What would be an alternative to that? There are a couple front wheel drive racers that run one click. They just click the handbrake on, one click. They drag the brake pads the whole time, or the brake shoes. A lot of front wheel drive cars are still drum in the back. They drag that a little bit, and that causes the car to want to oversteer more often. But if the car cancels the brake and the gas overlay, there's not a lot you can do. You can be a little bit snappier with the initiation. You can like wiggle the car in. You can even do the subtlest little flick. But the problem with front wheel drive oversteer is if you countersteer, the car comes back really fast. And so often when you cause a slide in a front wheel drive car, you actually have to maintain it by playing with the handbrake. You don't have to be on the handbrake the whole time, but you can, like, the car will want to snap back and you have to grab the handbrake and catch it all the time. And so, yeah, there's not much you can do. If mechanically there's a cancel, you'll have to get into some electronic tuning, which is annoying. Basically, hit your ECU with a hammer is the quick answer. Should I learn rev matching if I want to get into drifting? Never. You don't need it. You don't need rev matching when you're in drifting. That's not a thing. Is it helpful? Sure. Will you be more successful? Probably not. If you're getting into grip racing, fuck yeah, you need to learn some rev matching. Yeah. Yeah, shift lock. Yeah, well, that's not rev matching on purpose. So, I mean, knowing a little bit of rev matching is cool, but you don't really need it. I don't use rev matching very often. I do use shift lock, but that came later. I found I didn't. It wasn't until like maybe 2017 was when I was shift locking the Porsches. So probably like 2015 was when I really started using. No, I have videos of me drifting a Supra with no handbrake and I was shift locking. So like 2013. So I was about halfway through my drifting career when I really started getting into shift locking anyway, so don't worry about it. Yeah. But rev matching is a nice skill to have if you ever do lapping days or grip days or even just like autocross. Yeah. Heel toe is a function of threshold braking. I'm just going to put that out there. Heel toe is not officially about rev matching to start with. It is rev matching overlapped onto threshold braking. So if you don't know how to threshold brake, then you don't know how to rev match or heel toe. I'd like you to go through all the drift cars in my picture. We can go through some of them. I won't go through all of them, but we'll go through some of them if that's your request. Gonna repost this question. So I posted it when you were still talking. How useful would the turbo on my car be, since I can start hearing the turbo at 3,000 RPM? 3,000 RPM. Most of your drifts will happen about the 4,000 range in most cars. If your power to grip ratio is balanced in the car, then yeah, you'll hang out drifting in the 3 to 5 range. So if your turbo spools at 3, sick. But even then, it's probably not going to make a lot of boost. The boost might creep or ride up. So yeah, you'll be okay. Don't worry about it. If you run into problems where you feel like you're falling out of boost, you have two options. You can either add power or you can reduce grip, and probably just cheaper to reduce the grip at that point, so you don't have to rely on the turbo doing all the work all the time. LSD or welded or question mark? I like, so for cost ratios, I like a welded diff. For cost plus reliability issues, I like a spool. And for drivability, I love LSDs. And we're talking a clutch type LSD, not a torsion or a helical. Those are shit. Do not buy a torsion or a helical diff. Buy a clutch pack LSD. And if you're drifting, you really want a two-way. There are some people who like 1.5 ways. Those are people who are addicted to handbrake. They're weird. Get a two-way. To answer your question, Edgy Jake, about your tire patch, I'm going to open a bag that's been sitting beside my computer for a week. Here's your tire. This is what a tire looks like. Do I have something that's clear or glass? You guys also have tire balloons just sitting beside your computer too, right? Like, I'm not just the only one. Do I have a glass thing? Is this glass? Will this do? None of this is working. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna pour a little energy drink on this balloon. That's what we're doing right now, by the way. We're gonna pour a little energy drink on this balloon. That's just a little bit of energy drink. Yeah, there, it's running down into my crotch. Amazing. So, you might be able to see this. You can probably see where the balloon touches the glass. This is your tire. The harder that you press that tire into the pavement, the more of that tire is touching the ground. And the more tire that's touching the ground, the more grip that you have. So to answer your question, the more that you camber the tire, the more that you camber the tire, the less tire is touching the ground, if that makes sense. So you will have less grip on the back of the car, but you will wear out that tire faster. The less that tire is touching the ground, well, the less the load is getting distributed across. And so you're going to end up wearing that tire out faster in one location because, well, there's less of the tire touching the ground. So it will make the car oversteer a little bit more in the back if you have less tire touching the ground because you have more camber. But you'll need to get into somewhere in the 3 degree range before you're going to notice that. At about -1.5, because the tire is made from rubber, it will roll over a little bit. It will just kind of roll over a little bit at about 1.5 degrees of camber. so it will square out. And when the car rolls onto that, it's actually gonna be nice and flat. So if you have negative 1 degree and you go around a corner, it's actually gonna roll on the tire. So you're gonna have more grip mid-corner, but your turn in might be less grip. So if you go too much negative camber, if you go too much, then yeah, you'll only be on the corner of the tire most of the time. So it depends on the range of negative camber that you have. Yeah. Oh, we got a bunch of follows. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. I haven't been noticing the follows because I've got all that turned off. Yeah. To answer Barry's question, you want it to oversteer a bit more. So going to a higher pressure in the back of your car is just really going to give you the quick and easy fix of that. Another thing you can do to make the car a little bit more oversteery is go out a quarter of a degree in toe in the back. So if you want the toe of the wheels out just the slightest amount, but do not go fast down the highway in a straight line with toe out. The car will just fucking do like this. It's really good for like canyon carving and stuff, but yeah, if you have too much toe out in the rear, the fucking car will dance around and you'll spin off the highway into a pole. And that's not my fault. I'm warning you now. It's really, if you are doing autocross with a front wheel drive car, toe the fucking thing right out. Like just, yeah, because you want that thing to turn. I never answered Barry's question about the cars. I will answer the question about the cars. I think, do I have the unedited version of this? I don't have the unedited version. I deleted it already. Okay. I'm dying. My throat's dead from live streaming. In the top left corner, we have our current FRZ. That's my current car. That's what we're working on. That's our project archetype. We're trying to build the best FRZ or BRS or FRS or BRZ or GT86 or GTFRS or 86 or whatever the fuck it's called. Trying to build the best one of those. Kind of above it, and you can't quite see here, is my actually very first ever drift car in 2003. The very top, this is a first generation RX-7. It was an FB, and it was an FB GSL, meaning it was a mid-tier level. It wasn't the GSL SD with the 13B and the cool wheels, but this was in the middle. It had an LSD. It had 4x110 millimeter wheel pattern, which was really annoying to find wheels for. And it had 12A, which I learned, not an SA, it was an FB. But I learned that I like 12As better than 13Bs, and I learned that 13Bs are shit. And the common knowledge of 13Bs being the good rotary is completely wrong. The 12A is God. No, this was 4x110. That's what the bolt pattern on these cars are. Below it is the greatest Corolla I ever drifted in the history of all drifting. This thing is, yeah. What are my options for a drift car around 10,000 K? Odd and cat are basically at parity or below. Rear-wheel drive manual options are obviously increasingly limited. That's a great question. You live in Australia, so why are you not drifting an AU Falcon? And it sounds stupid, but I used to live in Brisbane, and I went out to a track day at Queensland Raceway QR, and there was a dude in a stock Falcon, and he fucking was jamming in that thing. It was automatic, and he was on people's doors, and there was no mods to that car other than maintenance. They drift so good. They're such a good drift car. And so, yeah, I don't get why people avoid them. You can't, when you're sitting in the driver's seat, you can't see the outside. Everybody's like, man, you got to get cool big wheels and have all the livery and stuff. And that stuff's cool, but you can't see from the inside what it looks like on the outside, but you can feel it. So, honestly, like, Falcon's pretty sick, to be fair. Don't poop the Falcon. Whatever's going to get you seat time. $10,000 is so much money for a drift car. We're going to add up the cost of all the drift cars on the screen right now, because these are all cars I drifted. 0, 0, 0, $250, $500. So we're at $750. 0, 0, 0, $750. So So we're at, what are we at? $1,500? 0, 0, 0, 0. So, oh, and hidden behind here is a car I was drifting in Japan. But you can't see it. My editing. You don't need a lot of money to drift. Like $10,000 is so much money. Oh my God. Buy tools with that. Buy a tow vehicle with that. Spend your 10 grand on a tow vehicle. Drift $200 cars to start with. Yeah. You can change the image of the people that are driving them. Yeah, the guy that I got to ride with in his Falcon, I would say was a very nice man, but he may have been like seen as a bogan. If somebody were to say, "Hey, man, that guy's a bogan," and so yeah, I could see that. But they drift so good with so little work that it doesn't make sense to avoid them. It just is illogical to try to avoid them. So I strongly suggest like a Falcon or a Commodore. Even the V6 Commodores, you do not need the V8. That's crazy. Yeah. Oh, I'm missing what Edgy Jake has said here. Give me a second. I'm catching up. You said you have a Civic, Edgy Jake. I would suggest going to a thicker rear bar. So a thicker rear sway bar is probably the best upgrade for you if you want a sharper turn in. So when you want to turn the car in to start with, you want that oversteer feeling. And putting a thicker rear sway bar is going to make the car drive very nicely in a straight line, but then oversteer or step out easier when you first start to turn the car. And that would be the best way to get your turn-in desires, that crisp turn-in. Yeah. Oh, dude. So the 3800, so a lot of the Commodores came with the 3.8 liter V6. Those things fucking jam. They jam. It's nearly a 4 liter V6. Like you do not need the V8. There is no way. You can just put shitty tires on the V6 one and get out on doors. Yeah. Do a think about them. Remember that all cars look good if you put good wheels on them. Most of the people that I see in Australia with the Falcons and the Commodores are putting 20s on them for some fucking reason, and it looks stupid. Just put some really sick ass 16s on, like put some really cool 16s on there. The wheels make the car primarily. So if you don't want to have that image of being a bogan or being like a redneck, then put some cool. Fuck Simmons. Oh, I hate Simmons. You did the trigger word. Simmons are the ugliest, shittiest wheels. I hate them. I was down there. I'm like, why do you people like these wheels? They are not good. They're not a good wheel. I even like. Just put some really cool wheels. Yeah. Not gonna lie, the VL combos on the thin tires and the big wheels, there is a thing. I'm not gonna say it doesn't look cool, but I would never do it. Yeah. But Simmons, oh my god. They don't look good. They don't really have that big of a history. If I look back at all the like professional racing drivers, there's not even that many using Simmons. There's yeah. You can work on exit speed. Edgy Jake, have you gone through the braking and steering diagrams that I've put up on the Speed Hero site? If you have a front wheel drive car with an LSD, your exit speed should be really good. But it has 100% to do with your driving technique. So take a look at those 2 posters I put up on grip racing on the speedhero.ca performance driving tab. There is one in there if you dig. A lot of people overlap or try to overwork the front wheels in front wheel drive cars because they do all the work. They do all the braking, they do all the steering, they do all the turning. So just you have to be really gentle with those front wheels. Yeah. But yeah, coming back to, I think, even driving back, Panasports G7s. Oh, yeah. We're on the right page. But yeah, just put a really cool, nice, dishy 16-inch wheel on a Commodore or a Falcon, and just set it up nice. Take a little bit of, like, really gentle, subtle Shakotan style Japanese, like, look to it, and I don't think anybody's going to assume you're bogan. So if you're worried about looking bogan. Tiddly Tulip. Do you have any snack recommendations? Any that will help me drift? That's a great question. The obvious answer is Coffee Max. You really want Coffee Max. You got to import it from Japan. It's just the. If you want the North American equivalent, emotional equivalent, not taste equivalent, not content equivalent, but if you want the North American emotional equivalent to drift drink, then you need Pocari Sweat, which is again a Japanese drink, but it has local lore and legend within drifting. The Pocari Sweat is probably going to get you there. If you really want, just get really high on energy drinks. Just drink way too many drinks to just get buzzing. But that might affect your good attitude at the track, and we want to make sure that your attitude matches the situation. And you might just have too much energy, and then it would be too quick, and then maybe you just take way too big a risk, and then you'd be mad that your car crashed, and then you don't want to have your car crash. You want to be you want to be out driving. You don't want to be fixing the car. So yeah, there's a couple snacks that are pretty good. Yeah. Pocari Sweat probably get you going in North America. That is not an energy drink. It is an ion supply drink. If you can get your hands on some Coffee Max, that's really good. I would say actually the best snack to bring, and they're very good, is you want to find some onigiri. So Onigiri. If you can find onigiri in your local area, that is probably your best snack to bring to a drift track. Yeah. Edgy Jake, I think you need to go to a track day. Just go to a track day. You mean jelly-filled donuts? I mean, you can break jelly-filled donuts. Yeah. That reminds me, my buddy slapped Rhoda knockoffs yo-yo's on his Fox Buddy, and they look good. Hell yeah. Yeah. Go to a track day, Edgy Jake. I can't give you better advice than just go to a track day. You will be fast in the street, but you will be slow on the track. Until you get fast on the track, you're not fast anywhere. Yeah. To answer about some of the questions about our cars, because I really avoided Barry's questions about the cars. The Toyota Corolla here listed as 2019 is the best drift car I have ever drifted in my entire life. There's never been a better drift car, and it had everything to do with the suspension in the car and nothing to do with anything else. It had pure oil rally shocks in it, so they were literally $400 a corner. To give you a context, this was a $300 car with $10,000 of suspension. So it had a CAS two-way LSD. It had traction brackets that were welded to the axle. It was a GTS axle conversion. It had a BC Works knuckle kit in it. It had pure oil shocks all around it. It had, I think, an 8 and 6K coilover setup in the front and the rear. And then it just had a stock 4AG. That was it. And it just fucking drifted so fucking good. That was like, you could cut a squash on the wall. Like if you glued a knife to the quarter panel and you put a squash on the wall, you could probably cut it. It was so good. $10,000 worth of stolen suspension? Not stolen. No, I don't know where you get the stolen from. That's kind of weird. The car's on the right hand side, and the car just behind here, you'll see is the same car. That's me drifting an S14. This was an SR20 turbo with the turbo removed and running NA, and this was in the UK at a place called the first and only ever D1 UK was Birmingham Wheels is the name of it. This was the first ever and only D1 UK event. No, they had one at Silverstone as well, but there was the first D1 UK event that was ever held was at Birmingham Wheels. So I drifted the same place that Ken Nomura drifted. He drifted here before I did. This was a $250 Corolla that I picked up. I was walking down the street and I could see through the slats in the wood of somebody's house. I could see a little bit of a Corolla sticking through, so I stuck my eye up on there. I was like, there's a Corolla in that backyard. And it had been T-boned by a truck, and they had taken it off the road. And I made my own homemade door from a bunch of other Corolla doors, and it was all like sort of riveted together, and then we spray painted over it. And I drove this car when I first got to BC for a couple of years. One of the windows was smashed out on the passenger side, and the car was absolutely filled with moss. It was just growing moss on the inside of the car, and I loved it. It was amazing. This is another one of the Learn to Drift cars here. They had 25, 30 IS 200s, not IS 300s, not RS 200s. It was an IS 200, which had a 1G FE motor. These cars were great to drift. They did not have any self-steer in them at all. If you let go of the steering wheel, it would just sit there and look at you like you're dumb, so you had to manually counter-steer them. It was a little bit of work when we were drifting on really slippery surfaces, so you had to make sure your steering input was perfect. The car behind here and the car over here are two different MX 63 Cressidas that I got both for free. This one was in Ontario back in about like 2007, 2008. This one was in BC around 2012-ish. Those cars drift really, really well bone stock. They have, in Canada, the Cressidas all came with limited slip differentials, where the US they didn't. They figured that was part of their winter package in Canada, and so they just automatically came with LSDs, and so they just fucking drifted awesome. The banana wagon here and the one up on two wheels here was the same banana wagon. Yeah, the IS 200s are very, very slow, but they're very, very reliable. So we had a drift school with about 25 to 30 of these cars, and the lifestyle that they lived, they were bought for $50. They were all spray painted flat black with like little like crap glued to them that said "Learn to Drift." They had a Saturn or an Opal. What's the British version of Opal? Anyways, they had an Astra steering pump conversion because the steering pumps always blow up on the IS 200s. And then they had the diff welded, and they would start the engine in the morning. It would sit on limiter from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and then it would happen the next day and the next day. Yeah, Vauxhall, yeah. And it would happen the next day, and they would do that for 2 or 3 years on end. Those cars, you would start, like in the morning, you'd lift the hood, you'd check if there was coolant and oil in it, you'd add some gas to the gas tank, and that's it. That's the maintenance those cars got. They didn't get any other maintenance. Like, I'm serious. Like they would just sit on limiter, and there would be people who don't speak the same language as you. There'd be people who just get too nervous and they don't listen to you, and they just and you're like tapping their leg, like please stop, like you're grabbing them by the shoulder, like and you're pulling the handbrake to try, and they're like and they're just too hyper focused, and the motor's like and the cars don't care. They just take it, and they take it every day, and they take it all day, and you run them out of gas, and then you top some gas up, you drive them, you run them out of gas. And I love the IS 200 for that. The 1G FE motor, I would in a heartbeat put in my own car. Not because it's fast, but because I know it'll always start, it'll always take it, and I know it'll do what I tell it to do. So I don't really care about having the most horsepower. I care about getting in the car and sitting in the seat and getting to drive. It's a Toyota. Well, I mean, to be fair, like the 3S, the beams aren't as reliable as the 1GFE, but they make about 1GFE makes about 40 horsepower less. So like they were just so reliable. It's crazy. Yeah, the I like the NA2J is awesome if you can put a transmission behind it, but the IS200 basically has the same transmission in it as the S15 or my FRS. They're actually the same trans basically, so like the parts are really common, so it's nice. So I would murder for we in North America we never got the 1G FE, and I'm so mad about it because I would just have a stack of them. People think they're worthless, and I will continue to encourage them to think they're worthless, and I will take all of them, and please put them in my garage. I'll take all of them. Yeah. Dude, it's an inline 6 2-liter. Like, people are like, I love RB20s, but not 1G FEs. 1G GEs are shit because the heads are fucking garbage on them. The 1G FE, oh, I love the 1G FE because the intake is designed for a truck. It's actually like straight down in. It almost looks like they left it for other countries that they could put a carburetor on it. Oh, like I can't. Yeah, I don't want to get into Googling it, but yeah, no, it's not a W55 that's in these cars. They actually have a 6-speed manual in the 1G FEs. So they actually have AZ6 or something. I can't remember what it is. So yeah, they got a dope ass transmission in them, and the gear ratios in the 1G FE car are really short too. So like first gear is really long, which is nice, and then second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, so that you're like you get put in first and up in the 6th gear, and it's the best. Awesome car. Bottom right here is our J160. Yeah. There's another name that they so the RX-8, the FRS, the S15, and I think even the Miatas use the same transmission, but the bell housing's different. Yeah, it's all the same trans. It's so yeah. This LS400 is a car I got for free, and this is the same car that the Donut Media stole a photo of mine and put it as the thumbnail for their LS400 episode. On the bottom is the first drift school car that I ever had, and I wish I still had, and I couldn't. I couldn't keep it, which is sad. But this was a automatic, so 3TC automatic drift car. All it had was steering knuckle and a lock diff and coilovers, but it drifted really good. And I'm telling you, it was 60 horsepower automatic, and it made tire smoke. So you don't really need horsepower. This LS400 is bone stock. It's billowing smoke off the back of it. Like, it's not about horsepower. It's never been about horsepower. It's always been about power to grip ratio and learning momentum and managing it. Yeah. What's up with ASS 8 on the window? Great question. At older Cap D events, we used to put driver numbers on the window, and my driver number is number 8. I'm the 8th person to ever register for Cap D, and I waited because I was like, why would we get driver's numbers? That's silly. So I was a little bit late. I could have had an earlier one, but the person who was writing that on the car at the time, they just added ass, and it was a past tense, like you just had your ass 8. So yeah. Did the school was box. I couldn't afford to weld a steering rack into it. So I made sure that the box was healthy, if that makes sense. I made sure that all of the ball joints were healthy. It had like extended lower control arms. It had BC Works knuckles in it. It had all fresh inner and outer tie rods. It had fresh Pitman arm ball joints and stuff. Like, it had all the stuff refreshed, so it didn't have a lot of play in it, which was good for then. And eventually, I was going to go steering rack in it. I think the current version with the KA does have a rack in it now. I can't remember. Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of the goal, Keegan, is if you could drift this car with the 3TC automatic, then you basically could hop in any car. And I had a couple of people successful in it, and I only got it out for about 2 track days, and I just ran out of money. I couldn't afford to do the maintenance to make sure that it was going to be reliable. I just needed a couple things. I needed to pull the motor and reseal the motor. The transmission was kind of acting up because it's automatic, and the power steering broke. It had a power steering steering box in it, and it broke almost immediately. And I really wanted to leave the power steering in there because I wanted people with disabilities to drive the car. And so I was really embarrassed that I couldn't, like I had to depower this power steering because I couldn't afford to fix the power steering. Just like, you know, it was like $60 for a line here, and it was like trying to find a used pump and then like doing all that, and then reseal and pull all like the steering box apart to put all new seals in it so it doesn't blow like power steering fluid everywhere. And like I was looking at like another $200, $300 to like actually fix the box, but then like why put all that effort into like why would I put all that effort into like that if I could put a steering rack in it? But then I couldn't afford to do the welding, so it was like it's a mess. Yeah. What number are you, Knives? I did not know that you registered for Cap D. You heard the gossip about early nights? You look here. Goon Style. Better name. But early nights is just fine. Like Goon Style had a score of 92 and early nights has a score of 88. So it wasn't much of a downgrade and it's still a pretty high score. But like Goon Style was just that little bit more better, if that makes sense. Just a subtle hit. Should you change it back? No, don't do it. They were trying to avoid association. That makes sense. Yeah. I can just hear the table flipping coming from from Chadman's. Goonstyle still exists? That's a mess. That's a mess. Okay. You got kicked out of Goonstyle. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. It's a huge mess. There's like 2 Goon drivers. Who are the Goonies? The car on the bottom left is a Toyota Supra. I've had a couple different Toyota Supras. These are not all the cars that I've owned drifting. These are just some random photos I quickly threw together. This is a Mark II Supra on the bottom. This gentleman, this is the second Mark II Supra this guy gave me. So a couple years prior to acquiring this car, I'd left some notes. I leave notes. I like leaving notes. I had left some notes. The gentleman called me. He was like, "Hey man, I got a Supra parts car, and do you want it? I'm gonna scrap it. It's in my driveway, and the landlords want it gone." And I was like, "Okay, sure." So a friend of mine had a Toyota Celica, an RA60 Celica, and I was like, "Do you want this thing? Do you want the parts?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." So he went and picked it up. Then like, I want to say like 4 years later, the guy called me again. He's like, "I'm at the shop. They say it's going to take like $3,000 to fix my car. I'm just going to go buy another car. Before I scrap this, do you want it?" And so I was like, "Yeah, okay, I'll come pick it up." So I rushed down that day. I limped it home. And then it was a $12 gasket. So they said that the car was like needed a new head gasket and the block is warped and all this shit. And because of where the coolant was coming out, but the coolant in this car runs into the intake. It's got a intake heater to heat up the fucking, I don't know, it was the 1980s. They thought it was a good idea, but it just needed a new intake manifold gasket, and that was it. And I fixed it, and I called the guy. I said, "Hey, I fixed your car. You can have it back for free. I know you've had this car for like 20 years. And he's like, "Nah, bought another car. Don't worry about it." And so Christopher Brand, one of our long-term Cap D volunteers, he bought it and did a bunch of crazy cool suspension to it. It's getting an NA2J right now and all these other mods, so it got fixed up. I wasn't allowed on Goon Style, and all the other guys wanted a new team anyways. Just Matthew and Jared. Look, don't you drag me into your like nonsense. You keep me out of it. I don't want to know the politics. Everybody is friend and drift. They're all friend and drift. They're all friend until they're not friend. Yeah. The Coronas T130. T130 sounds like it's 77, 76 Corona. Yeah, those generation of Corona, I know his is early 80s. I need to look that up then. I forget my Corona chassis codes. Okay. These particular generation of Coronas, the T130s, are a complicated car to build. This is actually a really hard car to build. There is a couple guys in the States that have built them. But if I remember correctly, the frame rails in these cars are very unique and weird. The Corona, at least the generation before this, had was basically the Toyota Hilux pickup converted to a unibody. So they took all of the frame rail of the truck, welded a floor permanently to it, but it had these really crazy frame rails, and it resulted in really weird suspension geometry. So the next generation of Corona after is awesome, but this generation is fucking weird, and it can be done, and it actually has the opportunity to be really good, but it has a weird, yeah, here we go. It's got a weird. It's got, this is basically the same front end as a Toyota Hilux. And so this is actually the front edge. The A-arm's actually angled backwards, which is so odd, and it's all the same suspension as the truck, but kind of permanently welded to the car. And it's, the frame rails come in, and normally frame rails are just straight and you put the motor in. These ones go like and almost touch. It's so fucking weird. And if you're like, oh, I just want to put a motor in here, but you can't because it doesn't fucking fit, because the frame rails like come really far in for some reason to make the truck suspension fit into the car. Now, having a dual A-arm suspension is actually better in the long run for building a drift suspension, because you can see how much room there is for steering lock already on this without even getting into adding scrub radius and stuff like that. So A-arms actually are better for like drifting in the long run, but less camber gain. Actually, what you can do in a lot of these cars is space the upper control arm in, or you can lengthen the lower control arm and it puts in lots of camber. But there is less camber gain on compression. But when you have a drift car, it's already low, and generally you only have 2 or 3 inches of compression anyways, so you don't have to worry about a lot of body rollover. So everything's okay. Don't worry about it. The steering box in these cars is annoying, and it's going to be really annoying to figure out how to get a steering rack into it. A lot of work, because the frame rail is in the way of running a column. These are so hard to build. It's one of the rare cars where it's so strangely unique that it actually makes it hard to build the car. But they look normal, which is annoying. But it is literally just a Toyota Hilux suspension. If you ever wanted to make your Toyota Hilux 4-bolt, you can basically use the hubs from this car. Yeah, chop it off. Actually, that's what a lot of the people that build these into drift cars do, is they chop the nose off them and build their own nose from S13 suspension. Yeah, but there's more drift cars than this. This is just some of them. Yeah. Whoo. Okay. This got a little off topic. But I'm happy to be hanging out with you. You want a JZX, but they cost too damn much. Did you know that mechanically the IS300 or IS200 is basically a JZX chassis? They call it something different. It's an XE10, but it's the same front suspension and basically the same rear suspension. They just have a shorter floor pan in them. And so you don't have to worry. You can basically have, you don't get the looks. I'm sorry, you don't get the looks of the JZX 100, which is obviously the dream car. JZX 90s are sick as shit and are a little bit lighter than the 100s. But anyways, if you really are desperate, hunt around for an IS 300, or like Barry Boats, the GS 300 is basically a JZX anyways. So If you're really like trying to fight and find parts or find a cool chassis, you can look to JZS chassis. Isn't that JZS for the GS? It's JZS 160 or something like that. I can't remember. JZS, yeah. So those basically share the same suspension as the JZX. So I can't remember what the S stands for, because the S has an origin point. Is it crown? I think S is crown chassis. Yes. Origin point of... That would make sense because they're S160, so that's like 16th body style or 16th generation or 16th iteration. So it would have to be an old chassis, and crown is one of the oldest chassis, so likely the GS300 is originally a crown. Yeah. 34 sedan? Yeah, you gotta get that 4-bolt NARB. Base model. No stereo, nothing. You just get like a 4-door sedan with like 105 horsepower. Just dooting on that 3-speed automatic. Base models. They're the best. No D. RB20E. Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, I remember, I've talked about this before on stream, but I just remember the one day there was a guy that was hanging out with us in Ontario. This was back in like 2004, 2005, somewhere around there. R32s were just like kind of legal for import, and one of the guys had a 180SX, and he was like, oh, we were doing drift days and stuff. And I remember his buddy was so excited to share that he bought this Japanese car. He like went to the importer and bought one, and he showed up in his R32 GT. And we're like, what the fuck? Like, we didn't even know what that was at the time. We didn't realize that there was like lower than a GTS. We'd never seen it before. It was 4-bolt. It was single over cam NA automatic, and he paid like 15 grand for it. And we're like, what, dude? It only had like 3,000 RPM or 3,000 like kilometers on the like dash. Like, it was a brand new car, but like 15 grand. It was like nothing was usable. The shocks and struts and it, like, there was nothing of the car. It didn't have a transmission. It didn't have a clutch pedal. Like, it was just fucking, like, there was not a single, other than the shell, it was basically useless. It was amazing. But yeah, the weird part is nowadays I would love that. I'd love the slowest Skyline you could get. UZS, yeah. Yeah, it's just the S that says it. Oh, that'd be so cool. Yeah, I want the shitty, like the not good ones. I want the duder versions. Where they're just slow and good on gas, but you get the JDM cred at the same time. Yeah, Keegan, yeah. There was a 2-tone version of the R33 sedan that was absolutely gorgeous. And it was very similar to like the S13 or the Silvia S13 two-tone, where it had like the green and like the secondary, like yeah, it was good. I can't remember if Faded's in Canada or not. I think he's California love, but I can't remember for sure. Berta Boy. Oh my god, I'm so wrong. Yeah, 15 cents. There are some cars like that in Japan. I was trying to import my own car, and I found an A92 Corolla. It was, I think, an SE, and no, it was an EG Civic sedan that I found. It was 1.3 liter automatic, and it had 2,900 kilometers on it. It was like $100 plus shipping, and I regret it. I regret not buying that car because it was a brand new EG right-hand drive sedan, and it was basically you're paying $1,500 for it to your door. Like, yeah. Texas North. Oh God. Yeah. Trying to remember that one Toyota chassis that's exactly an IS300 Altezza. There is the Crown Comforts. So Toyota Crown Comforts are very... you know what? No, they're not that close. They're closer to a big AA6. There's Crown Majesty. There's the Toyota Classic. The Toyota Classic might be of the IS300 generation. I may have to end our stream here in a bit. No, the Toyota Classic is a rebadged Toyota Hilux. That's right. And you can actually see it in the doors. You can see the Toyota Hilux Surf doors in here. There was another Toyota that was meant to be a throwback. And I can't remember the name of it. Shit. It was a super rare, like, low production Toyota. It was meant to look like a 50s Toyota Crown, but I can't remember it now. Oh, fuck. I don't know. If you are going to drift a Corona, the RT142 Coronas are really, really good. I strongly recommend those cars. If you want a really good chassis to build a nice, comfortable drift car on. I can't find it. Either way, I actually have to end our stream. I got my pupper. It's whining. I can hear it outside the door. It's whining. It wants to go out and use the washroom. And so I think that's probably a good end for us. If you've been hanging out, Toyota Progresses are neat. Yes, and those are very cheap. We've talked about those on the stream before. But I have to go let the dog out and maybe do some food and things myself. So thank you very much if you have been hanging out longer. Again, if you want to send me more messages or talk more car stuff, I can at any time. Just send them to this stuff here. Nap and Fap. Yeah, that's probably the right time. Good thinking, Asian, faded Asian. Okay. Thank you guys for hanging out. I've been having fun chatting with you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out at our drift school, and we'll see you on October 3rd. Have a lovely evening. Goodbye, everybody. Thanks for coming.